You're live.
Okay, thank you. Welcome, everyone. Welcome to the Brookline School Committee meeting for March 24th, 2022.
Recording in progress.
And we are recording. First piece of business is the consent agenda. Do I have a motion to move the consent agenda? Thank you, Stephen. Do I have a second? Thank you, David. Are there any comments, questions about the consent agenda? Okay, seeing that, I just want to point out some gifts that we have. Maya Munker gave to the African American Latino Scholars Program, gave money there. Community Partnership Committee gave to BASE, and the Hilton Garden Inn also gave, I guess it's for a fundraiser to BASE. So I just want to acknowledge that. Okay, let's take a vote then. Susan?
Yes.
Helen?
Yes.
Andy? Andy?
Yes.
Thank you. Mariah, is Mariah here? No. Jennifer?
Yes.
David?
Yes.
Val?
Yes.
Stephen?
Yes.
I vote yes as well. And this may be the one and only time that we are on time for the rest of the evening, but we'll do our very best tonight. We will. We're moving to the superintendent's report and spotlight on excellence. Dr.
Excuse me,
Guillory.
Suzanne, there's also a second vote under administrative businesses on the contract.
Oh, okay, sorry. Which one is that? B?
Yes.
So it's approved, and I need to read it like this?
Yes.
Okay, so I move to approve the contract with Lambrian Construction Corp. in the amount of $8,482,000 for Brookline High School third floor classrooms and quad renovations, subject to town council and building commission approval. Do I have a second to that?
I second.
Thank you, Helen. Any conversation or questions before we move on? We take a vote? Okay, we'll do the vote. Susan?
Yes.
Helen?
Yes.
Andy?
Yes.
Jennifer?
Yes.
David?
Yes.
Val?
Yes.
Stephen?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. Thank you, Robin.
I'm here now. Can I vote?
Oh, Mariah, absolutely. Go right ahead.
Yes.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you.
Moving it over to Dr. Guillory.
Good evening, everyone. So great to see all of you here this evening. We do have a packed agenda, so I'll try to be as efficient but thorough as possible. We're going to move right into our agenda or our topics that we're going to cover. COVID-19 update, and I see Tricia Laham here, and she has to jump off at 6:15. So I will stop after the COVID-19 slide, allow Tricia to talk through that, and then allow the committee to ask her any questions. And then we'll continue with the presentation of school visits, community engagement, our equity work, the Sagamore Award, as well as the Spotlight on Excellence. So Tricia, I'm going to pass the mic over to you to talk us through our COVID-19 update.
Sure, thank you. So we did see an increase in cases this week. I think we had a total of 51 students and 21 adults or staff members who tested positive. As we always do when there's anything significant, I reached out to DESE and to our health department for guidance in how to handle this. I think of note, there were 3 primary schools that had the bump in cases, kind of a cluster at each of those schools. The rest of the schools had between 0 and 3 cases. So there's whatever that means. It's kind of at these 3 schools. We saw a cluster in these 2 classrooms, and at the Ridley School, they had an after-school staff and student event the week before that seems to be one of the indicators of where we're seeing some cases. So what we have done is doubled down on some of our mitigation strategies. We have strongly suggested that people in any of those cluster cases wear masks for the next 10 days or from the 10 days from the time of last exposure. We strongly recommended at-home testing. In addition to the weekly surveillance testing, we sent a lot of test kits home for people to test at home, and then the following day to continue with the weekly surveillance testing. We did some extra disinfection in some of these classrooms. And the other mitigation things that we're doing, the air ventilation and things are in place as they have been. I think one of the things that we want to stress is we still want people to stay home when sick. I think we saw a little bit of relaxing of that this week, and that needs to remain a focus for us. I think one of the questions that people have asked us and will continue to ask is, at what point do we reconsider any of the changes to our protocols? I think the big question people are asking is if and when we would consider going back to a mask mandate. And I will say we're not going to jump into that. It's a conversation that everybody thinks about when you see a bump. The health department is thinking about it. Not that they want to do it, but thinking about what are the criteria that would make them move into that direction. So they're having meetings and talking about that. They will share that with us. We are not at that point. DESE was not recommending anything like that, and they were very clear that they don't want school canceled, that the only reason that we should really be doing anything remote would be if it would be kind of a staffing crisis. So that's where we are with this week. If there are any questions on that.
We can't see everybody, so just shout out if you have a question. Okay, I'm not hearing or seeing anything, Tricia, so thank you so much.
Sorry, Suzanne, I had one
Go ahead,
question.
Beth. Sure, go ahead.
Are KN95, are high filtration masks available for students at this point who want them?
They'd be available for older students who could wear an adult size. We have, I believe we placed the order. We looked into getting them for younger students. I believe that we have placed the order, but have not yet received them.
Do we know when that's expected?
I don't, I can get back to you on that.
That'd be great. Thanks, Tricia.
Okay, thank you very much, Tricia. Thank you
Thank
for
you.
all your department's doing to help keep us safe, healthy. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Krish. All right, for our superintendent school visits, we've certainly been busy in visiting and getting out and checking on our communities. Had visits at Pierce, BHS, Ridley, Heath, Driscoll, and Beep, all relatively recently, and continuing to get out and do informal visits. So at Driscoll, I'll highlight Driscoll and Beep since they were this week. Driscoll, we spent certainly time looking at the new building, the construction that's happening there. Again, fast, moving at a rapid pace. And then also spent a little time walking around, looking at classrooms, some classrooms, and instruction that's happening there. And then spent some time in one Beep classroom in particular this morning, as well as spot checks on others. So upcoming, we have Lawrence, Runkle, and Baker on the horizon, and a couple of those had to be rescheduled from last week. For community engagement, we've had a number of activities happening throughout the community. So certainly last Wednesday, we had an event, organized event from our BSU AALSP and our APAC group, as well as BHS stood together in solidarity against calling out acts of racism. Racist events, and it's certainly mobilized our community, re-energized our community to highlight the important work that we must continue. This is a long battle, and we are in it for the long run to make sure that our system improves over time. And certainly I'm going to talk about a few things that we're doing, as well as some statewide movement that's also happening, especially in Metco districts. On the 19th, my little guy and I actually had an opportunity to come over and visit Pierce for the Dreadful Dragon of Dartmouth. We had a great time visiting there, and I'll say my little guy, he's always masked up, and so I walked in with mask in hand, and when I walked into the auditorium there, everyone, including the actors and actresses, were masked up, and they did an outstanding job performing with their mask on. And so I politely put mine on and enjoyed the entire performance there. So that community feedback is also helpful. On 3/19, the LGBTQ plus task force had a kickoff meeting here in Town Hall. And I was able to pop in here for a few minutes before going over to Pierce. And then on the 22nd, we also had a senior leadership team over at Lincoln, where we held our senior staff meeting there in Mr. Denitzio's office. And then the team broke up into two groups and toured the school, as well as visited classrooms. And again, great instruction happening across our district. And so we certainly want to continue to highlight the important work that our educators are doing across the board and across the system, and along with the administrative support that's there. The Office of Equity, so I shared I wanted to highlight some of the work that's happening within the organization right now. Many of these things you've seen, but we certainly want to highlight some of the big work. And then the next slide is going to actually speak to some of the direction that the Metco headquarters is actually taking, or would like our endorsement. So we certainly have our ELT teams at BHS Driscoll Runkle. There's the anti-racism and bias PD training that's happening with our educators across the system, as well as our senior staff. We are implementing unconscious bias trainings within our PSB interview committees. You've heard about the 6th through 12 social studies curriculum review. Janae has talked about the monthly seed meetings and seminars that we have more than 90 of our staff members engaged in. The district-wide funding equity development work for our educators via the Metco funding, and each of our schools receive funding for that. We've talked about the MPDE work and our collaboration there, and then certainly the Brookline Care parent group, and I've had the opportunity to join one of those meetings. Upcoming, we have a PSB Educator of Color retention event that's going to be next week at the Tap and Green. We are rolling out our recruit and hire records onboarding system, which again streamlines the hiring process for all of our educators. We're going to continue our PSB HR and BEAD team to align the diversity, staffing, and care efforts that are happening. As well as next week, also, we have Dr. Josephine Kim that will be sharing we'll be doing an event, Building Belonging for our AAPI students. So information will be shared out about that as some seats may still be available for that. It's primarily for educators, but we may open it up if those seats aren't filled. On the horizon, more immediately, we are going to be doing a deep dive into our current codes of conduct, as well as looking at our critical incident responses and plans for there. We're looking at next year already in terms of our professional development series, in terms of leading with equity with our building principles, and then planning for a shared quarterly learning for all PSB staff in 2023. And one of the other things that's not on here, Janae and I have been talking about how we leverage the potential for our MSAN participation that we've been in, but then also how can we as Brookline continue to be leaders in the work, as well as thinking about how we have some form of student-wide summits where BHS invites students from local high schools to have race-based conversations and summits here at BHS. So we're in the early stages of thinking through what those experiences may be. Next slide for me, Betsy. This is what I was mentioning about Metco headquarters. And this is, Metco is certainly asking for our endorsement of this, and I certainly think that PSB will be in support of this. But in essence, Metco headquarters is requesting an additional $500,000 in their base budget to do some anti-racism work in the next year. And so you'll see some of the things that are listed here mirrors the work that we are already starting or have early plans for. And I'll just state these for the record so that folks can hear them, but identify best vendors to do curriculum audits for the social studies curriculum, create a framework of how to collectively respond as a program to racial incidents that is restorative and just, train disciplinarians or those that handle discipline or events at schools on restorative justice practices, as well as test its efficacy. Work with district leaders and school committee members on the creation of a Metco Continuum, a practice that includes a roadmap for achieving what's called an ideal Metco district. Work with a training institution. They're already partnering with William James to develop a teacher anti-racism training for teachers within the Metco community. Work with district leaders on identifying a problem of practice and work with the leadership teams to make some of this happen. Janae, as well as I, have been in Janae is in a more in-depth training with Dr. Dernisa Amante, and I've attended a 4-part seminar through the MSAN network this year with Dr. Amante Jackson. Utilize cultural performances to bring urban and suburban communities together to learn and dialogue around race and culture. Work with BIPOC youth and families to elevate their voices and share their experiences on how we can improve their experiences in, as well as the school systems that serve them. Educate suburban families on the history and the impact of Metco, and we certainly, being a pioneer in this, certainly acknowledged as a leader, but then also have work to do. And then work on developing a blueprint on school integration best practices within the Metco program and beyond for replication. So Metco is asking for our endorsement of them seeking this additional funding. Next, Betsy. We want to say congratulations to the Sagamore. They received the Silver Crown Award for Digital News from the Columbia Scholastic Press Association. And so we certainly want to shout out the Sagamore for their hard work in reporting on news and events that impact our community. And last but not least, we want to shine the spotlight of excellence on Lisa Richardson from the Baker School. She has received the Presidential Award for Excellence in Math and Science Teaching. And so with that, this evening, we're pleased to honor 2 recipients in the Spotlight on Excellence. Our first awardee is Miss Laura Richardson, first grade teacher at Baker. The White House recently announced that Ms. Richardson is the recipient of the Presidential Award for Excellence in Math and Science Teaching. She is one of only 2 recipients throughout Massachusetts for this distinguished award, which is the highest honor bestowed by the U.S. government specifically to K-12 math and science teaching. The award recognizes outstanding teachers for their contribution to the teaching and learning of science, technology, engineering, and math. And Ms. Laura Richardson, we salute you. And at this time, I'm going to pass the mic over to Principal Lewis to introduce Mrs. Richardson.
Thank you, Dr. Guillory. I just want to say we are so honored to have Laura as part of our Baker community. And it's not only her excellent teaching, it's also her thoughtful teaching that she brings to kids throughout the community. And I also want to say, Laura receiving this award highlights the super importance of science and STEM education. And I think the award and Laura Richardson really embodies that. So at this time, I'd like to hand over to Laura so she can talk a little bit about her teaching and what she does for the Baker students.
Thank you, Torrance, and thank you to the members of the committee and Dr. Guillory for inviting me tonight. It's a real honor to be here. As you can well imagine, this is a really exciting time for me, but more importantly, it was a great opportunity to highlight everything that's happening in the public schools of Brookline and at Baker specifically. I think that one of the things we bring to our students and to the district as a whole is that kids are really investigating in science. They're thinking critically and creatively, and through essays that I had to write and a video presentation of a highlighted lesson, it was really wonderful to be able to share that with everyone across the PAE MST communities. It was a real honor to do so. And I also wanted to mention that as part of the process, I had to talk about data, and one of the important data points was our science MCAS scores. And to me, that really speaks to the foundational learning that happens in kindergarten. I'm a first grade teacher, so we continue that work, and it goes onwards through the grades, second, third, fourth. They don't actually take the MCAS until in science until 5th grade. So I think that the Baker community and Brookline as a whole does such a nice job of preparing our students, and I was so proud to be the face of that work. And thank you again for including me in your meeting, and I'm really thrilled to be here.
Thank you, Laura. We're so honored to have you as part of our community. Thank you.
I just want to say, Laura, thank you so much for all the work that you do on behalf of this. I'm saying this on behalf of the school committee. I know all 9 members would like to say something, but we're trying to keep the meeting moving. But we do want to take the moment to honor you and your work and your colleagues as well. I know you don't do it alone, but thank you so much. And I just love that you have math and science as award-winning lessons in 1st grade. I just think that's really wonderful. So thank you so much for your work and what you do at Baker.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I also wanted just a quick highlight to Emily Speck and Janet Mcneill before her, such collaborative curriculum coordinators in science here in Brookline. We have some of the greatest talent here, and I think it's nice that awards like this give an opportunity for them to be recognized. So I wanted to mention those women as well, because I've collaborated with both of them on creating curriculum and reviewing lessons, and they're just outstanding at what they do.
They are science enthusiasts for sure, for sure. And it's a joy to see. It's a joy to see adults enjoying the learning as much as the children. And so that's great. Thank you.
So with that, Madam Chair, I'll read. The Public Schools of Brookline Spotlight on Excellence is awarded to Laura Richardson in recognition and celebration of your receiving the Presidential Award for Excellence in Mathematics and Science Teaching. Congratulations again.
Thank you. Thank you so much, everybody.
All right, our next Spotlight on Excellence, we now turn to Pierce and their innovative Pierce Partners Mentoring Program. Pierce Partners currently serves 43 Pierce students from grades 4 through 8, matching them with a trusted Pierce staff member to foster close relationships and a deeper sense of community. The mentorship follows each student until they graduate from Pierce School. I'm pleased to turn the microphone over to Interim Principal Jamie Yadoff, who will share more details about this program and then introduce us to some of the staff and students who have joined us this evening to share their personal experiences from participating in the program.
Good evening. Thank you, Dr. Guillory. Hi, everybody. It's so lovely to see you all tonight. I'm really excited. It was very hard to pick one spotlight on excellence at Pierce, but this one shines through because it does so many things within and for our community. So I'm just going to walk us through a very, very quick slideshow, and then I'm actually going to turn the mic over to our mentors and students who volunteered to speak tonight. Next slide. So the mission statement of Pierce Partners was created several years ago, and it's pretty clear. It's making connections. The idea is that we're going to empower and enrich the Pierce experience for our Black and African American and Latinx students through relationships that are built on trust, communication, and continuity. Mentors, mentees, and their families develop a community that engages students in finding their passions and fosters joy in their school life. Next slide. So the goal of the program is ultimately to promote a more equitable education and outcome for African American, Black, and Latinx students. So that comes in lots of different forms. It includes providing professional development for mentors, Our students start the program in 4th grade and stay with it all the way through 8th grade. We hold family events twice a year. We were even able to continue that on Zoom through the pandemic. And it builds a community among peers, educators, and students across grades through an affinity group for our Black, African American, and Latinx students. Next slide. So we've talked a little bit about the trusted adult piece. Mentors meet weekly with their mentees, and they do whatever it is that the mentee and the mentor agree is of interest to them, and that evolves and changes over time. So what we do with our mentees when they're in 4th grade is going to look different than what we do with them in 8th grade. Sometimes it's as simple as playing a board game or doing a craft together, but also we'll cook or learn new skills. Some mentors and mentees simply enjoy hanging out and talking over lunch. The program also organizes whole group activities that are both indoors and outdoors. We've had some pretty rousing kickball games. We have a breakfast coming up this Friday. And in fact, we attend lots of things together. Our peers, mentors, and mentees made a great appearance at our boys and girls basketball finals game where we won both. Go Peers. And so those are the kinds of things we all do together in addition to our family events that have included dinners and breakfasts. Next slide. So our committee is co-led. We have 5 leaders: Susan Lietman, Leslie Fagan, Jesse Carson, Deb Levine, and Amy Wugmaster all work together to make the magic behind the scenes that enables the peers mentoring program to exist. And as of right now, we have 43 Public Schools of Brookline staff members. Most of those are peer school staff, both classroom teachers and specialists and paraprofessionals and administrators, as well as office staff, but we also have district leaders as well. And of course, it's a one-to-one relationship. So we also have 43 peers students across grades 4 through 8 that have mentors. And I will also say the program's been around for long enough now that some of our mentees have graduated to the high school, and many of them do maintain relationships with their mentors beyond there. And I think that's our last slide. Am I right? Yes. Okay. So with that, I am going to ask our students who have their cameras off and our staff who have their cameras off to go ahead and turn your cameras on. And I'll just be the MC moving us through a few students and a few staff who will share a little bit about their experience with our mentoring program. And I'd like to start by introducing Tanya Paris.
All right. Hi, everyone. Yeah, I'm Tanya Paris, and I teach kindergarten. It's nice to see so many of those faces that I know. Hi, everyone. So my mentee is the amazing Zanelli, who you will meet very shortly. Let's see, I joined the Peers Partners this year. So Zanelli has been teaching me how this is done. So she is this really amazing young woman, amazing leader, and I'm just thrilled to be working with her, partnering with her. So before coming to Peers, I learned about the Peers Partners through some of my colleagues, my kindergarten colleagues, who have been doing this mentorship for many, many years, especially Edwin. And I was always so impressed and just inspired by their commitment, not just to the kids, their mentees, but to their families as well. And also very impressed by the goals of the program and the vision of the program. So when I came to Peers, I already knew that I wanted to jump in and join the partners in that community. So in addition to my primary goal of supporting my mentee, as she navigates her life at Peers, the personal connections that I have made with other peers, partners, doing activities together just has been really rewarding, really amazing. And at a very deep and personal level, I just talking with Josh, my husband, this afternoon and saying, I really joined. There's this big part of me that honestly, as a parent, I would have loved for my own children, for Evan and Camila, to have had the opportunity to connect with a mentor, to know that there was another adult at school that was there for them, that, had their backs. So, this is something that I reflect on. There are just so few of us educators of color in the district. And, this fact really makes it even more important that our Black and Brown students feel that they have a mentor who looks and or sounds like them. It helps build a greater sense of belonging as they, sort of reaffirm their cultural and ethnic identity. So I'm just pleased to be part of this very amazing community.
Thank you, Tanya. And now we'll ask Zayanelli to share a little bit about her experience.
Okay.
Loud and proud, Zayanelli, loud and proud.
All right, I'm doing it. All right, my name is Zayanelli, and I'm in 7th grade. I joined Peers Partners in 4th grade, and my first mentor was Prophet Prime, and now it's Miss Paris. I love her so much. She's the best. And I like being part of Peers Partners because you get to socialize with other people that you don't usually socialize with. You get to learn new things and do fun things with everyone. I like having one-on-one time with my mentor. And I like spelling the tea and like talking to them and getting just to relax and getting to know them better. Cause then it's just like you get closer with them. And so it's just, I love that so much about it.
Thank you so much, Zayanelli. Sophia, would you like to share a little bit with us?
Hi, my name is Sophia and I'm in 6th grade. I joined Peers Partners in 4th grade and my mentor is Ms. Baranowski. The best thing about being a part of Peers Partners for me is hanging out with my mentor and meeting new people through Peers Partners. I love being able to talk about my life with Miss B and play games with her. I've been able to make new friends through Peers Partners and it's a lot of fun.
Thank you, Sophia. Now we'll hear from another one of our mentors, Miss Emily Adams.
Hi, I'm Emily Adams. I'm a 5th grade teacher at Pierce, and I was asked to share a highlight from being a mentor. And I was really thinking about how as a 5th grade teacher, I develop relationships with my students and with families, but at the end of the year, off they go and I maybe see them in the hall to say hi. But as a mentor, you develop this relationship over a long period of time. And so I started mentoring when my mentee was a 4th grader and he's now a 7th grader. And our the activities we did and the conversations we have changed. As a 4th grader, we were playing more board games and he was very quiet. And then with COVID, we didn't see each other as much. I was a little nervous whether maybe he didn't want to get together anymore as a 7th grader. And now we've had the best Thursdays. He's very talkative. He shares about school. He shares about his family. And I've learned a lot about his family and his culture. And I don't want to take over what he's going to share, what we like to do on Thursdays, but watching and witnessing a student really grow up right in front of you has been a really amazing experience for myself.
Thank you, Emily. And we'll have Abel follow up with his perspective.
Hello, my name is Abel and I'm in 7th grade. I joined Peers Partners in 4th grade and my mentor is Miss Adams. Me and my mentor have met every Thursday after school, and some of the things me and my mentor have done together are like make mug cakes, gingerbread houses practically every December now. We have done collaborations with other mentor groups, and with them we have made custom pancakes, tortillas. We play games usually every Thursday. And when I was in 4th grade, since I didn't talk much, we did stuff like drawing competitions, we ate snacks, and we did so much more. I don't think I could name everything that we have done, but those are the things that I remember especially.
Thank you, Abel. And now we'll turn it over to Jared.
Hello, my name is Jared Moscoso. I am a 6th grader at Pierce School. I joined the mentor program in 4th grade. I'm really glad because my mentor is a really kind and excellent teacher. She is Miss Wong. teaches the Mandarin class. And I'm really glad I'm in this program because it's been a lot of fun for me. And I'm sure it's been fun for her. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Jared. And now I will turn it over to Wan Wang.
Hi, Jared. Hi, I'm Wang Wang. I'm teaching 6th to 8th Chinese at Pierce this year. I see this program impacting my mentee, Jared, by having this great opportunity to get to know each other better, and we can build a stronger relationship in and out of classroom. We meet regularly once a week and spend time together talking about everything. Sometimes we build Legos in my classroom, having snack together. When the weather is nice, we just went outside to Dunkin' Donuts to get a hot chocolate and some donuts. Occasionally, we also invite other mentor and mentee to come together and play a board game. So from all of this, I want him to know that I am the person that he can always count on at school. Thank you.
Thank you, Juan. And then for our finale tonight, I'd like to introduce Abby, who is a Pierce Partners alum. Wrap us up, Abby.
Okay. Hi, I'm Abby or Abigail. Either one works. I am a 9th grader at BHS. I joined Pierce Partners, if I remember right, in 6th grade. And my mentor, I have absolutely no idea if she's in the meeting right now, but she is Nurse Mary, the basically the nurse of the school, for the school. So Pierce Partners enhanced my overall Pierce experience in a lot of ways. I got to go to events that I probably would have never went to. We went to BU basketball games. To be honest, it's really the only one I remember as of right now. I'm gonna be completely honest here. That the BU basketball games were the absolute best. We did a whole bunch of outdoor activities. I remember we did kickball. Yes, that's what we call it, right? We did kickball multiple times. If I remember right, the students did beat the teachers. Just for a fun fact, we beat them once, only once. But those experiences were like probably some of my favorite because I got to talk to students that I probably would have never met before. I made a lot of friends who are actually in my brother's grade that I probably would have never met because they were never really in my brother's friend group or in my friend group because I was older than them. But because of Pierce Partners and the mentorships, I was able to meet so many new people, and I'm very grateful for that. I guess other things that made my experience better. Nurse Mary is even though she's not a teacher, she's probably one of my favorite adults at Pierce. I remember during our mentor days, she would let me make butter popcorn in the teacher's lounge, and we would watch videos, talk about her amazing daughters who do dance, and talk about things that both she liked and that I liked. And it was genuinely like an amazing experience. I kind of wish that COVID didn't happen because I could have continued and done it in 7th and 8th grade. But of course, the events that followed, like my Pierce Partner experience just got cut off. I genuinely wish it wasn't, but I am still happy to say that I was in the group in Pierce Partners in general.
Thank you, Abby. And thanks so much to all of the mentors and mentees who volunteered to speak tonight. We have 86 faces. You would have been here all night if we'd had everybody speak. But I want you to know that, that our community is so grateful to the mentors and the mentees because it is all of you who make it exactly what it is. So thank you. I'll turn it back over to Dr. Guillory.
Thank you. So I'll present the award now and then Madam Chair, give it back to you. The Public Schools of Brookline Spotlight on Excellence is awarded to the Pierce Partners Mentoring Program in grateful recognition for the valuable role that the program plays in maintaining a culture of care in the Pierce school community. With that, your Spotlight on Excellence. And I'll add that I love your shirts. I hadn't seen those before. Those are pretty awesome.
I do love those shirts. I love the shirts. I love the relationships. And I know as someone who mentors some students in actually another school system, it's as rewarding for the mentors as it is for the mentees. And so it's just a win-win program. And thank you so much to the Pierce community for providing that opportunity for real relationship building, which is really the basis of learning and taking risks and learning. So thank you so much for that. You are all welcome to stay as long as you want. However, you're also welcome to say goodbye and enjoy the rest of your evening, because sometimes our meetings get a little boring for some of you. So again, thank you so much and have a good evening and congratulations.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay, I gotta do this. I don't know how to do this. Bye.
Yeah, you gotta turn it off. Yeah, you'll figure it out. Okay, thank you. We are going to public comment. We have many people.
Suzanne, are we going to get the chance to comment or ask any questions on any of what we saw so far?
Sure, go right ahead.
Okay. I just wanted to say, let me get my notes because there was so much I couldn't remember it all, and I just wanted to. Well, first off, like this was amazing. This was like I'm not sure this might have been the best 40 minutes of school committee that I have ever. It's only been 2 years, but this is the best 40 minutes in the past 2 years. I have to say, pretty close. That was spectacular. Between all that good news, Laura Richardson, the Pierce partners, that seriously just, I think I'm not the Grinch, but my heart just grew 3 sizes anyway because of how spectacular that was, and to the students and the energy. And then Linus, your highlighting of the students who protested last week, the BSU, AALSP, and APAC, and their leadership is again wonderful. And I actually had a couple other comments, but I'm just going to park it because I know we're short on time, but I just wanted to call out how amazing that whole moment was. So thank you to everyone who spoke and participated in that for everything you're doing.
Thank you, Mariah. Okay, we will move on to public comment then. So we have many people who wish to speak. Just a reminder that because there are so many, but this is the norm anyway, there's a 2-minute limit on that. So when your 2 minutes are up, we will ask you to finish your sentence and allow others to come and speak. And remember, if someone has already said the words that you wanted to say, it's okay to say, and it's already been said, and you can make it shorter than 2 minutes. That's okay, but we do want to hear you. So first up is Ada Goldstein and then Cher Dufield. We are going to try and put up the video as well as the audio. So I think they have to do that as well on their end, the speakers. Go ahead.
My name is Ada Goldstein, and I am a 7th grader at Florida Rough and Ridley. I believe there should be more plant-based meal options in our school cafeterias. There have been many times when one of my friends forgets their lunch and there are no vegan choices. They have to text their parents in the middle of the day to bring their lunch. We're really not allowed to use our phones in school, and I'm sure working parents don't like to take time out of their busy day to bring over a forgotten lunch. Having more plant-based food would give people who are vegan or vegetarian more accessible options to eat. Right now, even the salad has cheese on it. While sustainable plant-based meals may be more expensive than meat-based options, it is the responsible choice to combat climate change. According to the Physicians Committee for Responsible Medicine, vegan and vegetarian diets are often associated with the greatest reductions in greenhouse gas emissions. Plant-based options also teach kids that vegan and vegetarian food is healthy. It provides excellent nutrition, and children who eat more plant-based foods have a lower risk for heart disease, cancer, obesity, diabetes, and other conditions. There are already plant-powered school districts offering plant-based meals in cafeterias, including New York City, Santa Barbara, Washington, D.C., and Los Angeles with great success. If kids like it in those places, they'll like it here in Brooklyn. Lastly, as a vegetarian cook and baker, I know how tasty these types of foods are. Having these options will help kids to be more open to trying new foods that aren't pepperoni pizza and bagels. I'm happy to suggest recipes too. Thank you.
Thank you, Ada. Cher, you're up, and then Ezra Kleinbaum.
Great, sorry about that. Hi, I'm Cher Duffield. I'm a parent of 3 students at Brookline High School who are all vegetarian. And I echo what the previous speaker said. I know that students at BHS are concerned with the environment, and they're also concerned with animal welfare. And for those 2 reasons, I want to encourage the continuation of the Meatless Mondays and maybe expansion to other days as well. We know that a lot of the chicken and the other meat that is served in the schools, it comes from farms where the animals are not treated well, these factory farms where they won't even allow cameras inside. And then for the environmental reasons that the previous speaker said, we know that a large % of emissions come from meat production. And the one thing we can do in our lives today is to cut back on our meat consumption. And I know this is of great interest to my kids and to the other kids at BHS. Thank you.
Thank you, Cher. Ezra, you're up, and then Amber Kim.
Hi, everyone. Good evening. I'm Ezra Kleinbaum. I'm a freshman at BHS, and you all know by now meat is incredibly bad for the environment. When it comes to food, meat, poultry, and fish inherently have the largest environmental footprint. The way we produce grains, vegetables, and other plant-based foods varies from time to time, as does the environmental impact of their production. But since animals being raised for meat, poultry, and fish eat those crops, the environmental impact of meat, poultry, and fish goes up or down with the impact of the crops animals are being fed. But the footprint of animal products always stays above that of plant-based foods, since you need not just the water and land to grow crops, but also the water and land for animals to drink and graze on in order to produce meat, poultry, and fish. You need the land and water to grow crops to feed animals, in addition to the water and land that animals need themselves. Eating plants inherently uses less energy than eating meat and is therefore inherently more sustainable. Another reason why animal agriculture is so much worse for the environment than plant-based agriculture is animal agriculture releases a ton of greenhouse gases, specifically methane. Methane is the second most prevalent greenhouse gas in the atmosphere. 9% of greenhouse gas emissions are methane, second only to carbon dioxide. But methane is a much more powerful greenhouse gas than carbon dioxide. According to the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, which is endorsed by the UN, methane has a global warming potential about 28 times higher than that of carbon dioxide over a 100-year period. It traps about 28 times more heat over a 100-year period than carbon dioxide. Animal agriculture also emits a ton of waste. The EPA states that animal-based food production produces approximately 130 times as much excrement as the entire human population, and that animal farming pollutes our waterways more than all other industrial sources combined. If we really want to address climate change within our schools and teach students sustainable habits, we need to reduce meat, poultry, and fish being served in school cafeterias. And the best way to do that is to pass a policy that specifically requires that we move away from meat, poultry, and fish and move towards more sustainable, more plant-based foods in school cafeterias. Thank you.
Thank you, Ezra. Amber, you're up, and then Lil Kolkowitz.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, Amber, go right ahead.
Okay, so hello, my name is Amber Kim, and I'm in 8th grade at Pierce School. And I'm asking you to provide more sustainable meals in Brookline Public Schools so that we can slow down climate change, help the animals, support our local farmers, and just let people try new things. So meat is the meat today is pretty bad for the environment because the meat is raised on animal feed, and most of the animal feed used in US production uses a lot of fossil fuels. And another thing is that the feed has to travel more than 1,000 miles, which uses a lot of fossil fuels too. Also, meat growers are burning down Amazon rainforests so they can make more grassland to raise cattle on, which is really polluting our earth. Another thing is animals aren't treated well. Cattle are force-fed corn, and majority get sick from that because of the diet change when they're actually supposed to eat grass. And the CAFOs, which is how most animals are raised today, are basically concentrated animal feeding operations. And they're really bad for the health of our land, the animals, and humans because it produces a lot of greenhouse gases, which is polluting our earth. Animal manure from CAFOs are becoming a problem because there's so much waste, they don't know how to dispose of it. So as a result, it's creating deadly bacteria that can be found in our food, and it's also creating a lot of greenhouse gases. Lastly, more sustainable meals that aren't so meat-based will help kids try new things and keep local farms in business so people can have access to nutritious food, and while kids can try new things and other schools can start doing the same thing, so it can help slow down our climate change and help local farmers, and people can have more access to more cleaner and nutritious food. Thank you.
Thank you, Amber. Lil, you're up, and then Haven Montgomery.
All right. Hello. Can you hear me?
We can go right ahead.
Okay, great. Hello, I am Lil Kuklowitz. I'm in 8th grade and I go to the Pierce School, and I'm asking for more sustainable meals in Brookline. So this topic is really important because the future of our planet relies on people making sustainable choices now before it no longer makes as much of a difference. For decades, policymakers have been aware of our climate crisis and didn't do enough about it. So we really need to stop ignoring this crisis, and one small change that can be made is in our school lunches. So sustainable meals are a lot healthier for the environment. This is going to be a lot similar to what other people are saying, I think. But they're a lot healthier for the environment, and they're more plant-based. A plant-based diet is much healthier than a diet low in vegetables, and it is easier to source sustainably grown vegetables than it is to source sustainable meat. Raising animals for meat creates large amounts of greenhouse gases, so even just lowering the amount of meat and switching to locally grown vegetables in school lunches will be a very important step. Even though it's definitely more expensive, there's a lot of downsides to it, but it's still very much important. So this small step is definitely going to really, really help Brookline in confronting the climate crisis. And I know that many young people in Brookline care very deeply about our planet, and I'm sure that we would all appreciate this step in the right direction. Because we are the ones inheriting this planet, and with this, we're really counting on adults right now to help start solving this issue. So yeah, thank you very much for considering this. Thank you.
Thank you, Lil. Haven, you're up, and then Elena Mamonas.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can go right ahead.
Hi, my name is Haven, and I'm a 9th grader at BHS. I came on here to show my support about having green meals in the Brookline School District and to echo what many have already said. Personally, I'm not vegan nor vegetarian, but I have a lot of friends who are. By providing green meals, we can start to eliminate worries students may have that it just is based around lunch every day and not knowing if that day they're going to have something they can eat or not at school. Though BHS does have a new salad bar in the new freshman building, it is this salad sitting out all day and isn't very diverse and has like carrots, celery, and then some like salad that, to be honest, isn't very good usually just because it's been sitting out for a while. especially if you have one of the last lunches of the day. And then, like everyone else has already said, by providing green meals, we can create like more sustainable options, which of course is a lot better for the environment. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Haven. Elena, you're up, and then Pam Pamucci.
Hi, everybody. My name is Elena Maimonis. I'm a fourth-year drama teacher at BHS, and I also direct numerous productions after school. Every single year, there has been a major issue in my salary and how I've been treated at this school. In my first year, I applied for a 0.5 teaching position that included benefits, and I was offered that position in writing, stating, in fact, it was a 0.5 position with benefits. After over a month of already teaching, I was told that this position would be broken down differently as a 0.4 first semester and a 0.6 second semester, and that I would no longer be receiving any insurance. This was an unbelievably difficult time for me trying to sort that out because I did not have any insurance at the time. So my second year of teaching, I was now full-time, and for the first 3 months of the school year, I was only being paid at a 0.6 salary. So imagine working a full-time job every single day and only being paid 60% of your salary for 3 whole months. Once again, so extremely difficult for me to manage financially that year. Right before my third year of teaching, I was pink slipped during COVID, as so many other teachers were. I was ultimately rehired a month before school started and had to plan remote teaching drama classes and trying to figure out how to direct 2 virtual productions from my bedroom completely on my own. So I'm now here on my level 3 grievance, trying to figure out how to right this wrong, all due to a 2-day technicality in my first year due to the last minute switch up in my FTE because I was supposed to start at a 0.5 and they switched it to a 0.4. It's just devastating how I've been treated, especially putting in countless hours after school, mostly being volunteer hours, putting on productions that go into the evenings, into rehearsals. And I do it for the students because I want them to have this experience, but I've just been so knocked down too many times in only my 4 years of teaching here and completely denied any support in return. So I do my best to focus every day on my students and why I love this job in the first place, but it's just unacceptable and discouraging at this point, and I'm not sure how much more I can take. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Elena. Pam, you're up, and then Melissa London.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can. Go right ahead.
Thank you. Members of the school committee, thank you for your service and also giving me the opportunity to be heard this evening. I'm here to speak in support of Elena Maimonis, who just spoke, and I'm kind of at a standstill right now, just given what she just revealed to us in a very public and vulnerable position. Not simply put, but Elena Maimonis, who is now a Brookline High School drama instructor, changed my son's vision of himself by giving him the opportunity to be recognized for all the right reasons and not the wrong ones. My son Will's on the autism spectrum and had friends until he didn't, which happened in 7th grade and due to no fault of his own, just mean boys being mean. Fortunately, his teachers at Heath were more than just teachers. They were believers in him, fans, mentors, and friends. When Will was in 7th grade, there was a plea for 7th graders to audition for the 8th grade play Annie, since there were not enough students auditioning. Will eagerly auditioned, and I recall so vividly that he told me that Elena, Miss Maimonis, smiled at him throughout the whole process and told me he did a great job. That moment might not seem like a big deal to many of you, but for us, we didn't sleep that night for all of the right reasons. Fast forward, Will got a part of FDR and Annie, and the following year, Will was an 8th grader, still had very few friends, and waited the entire year to have the opportunity to have his final bow on the Heath stage. He prepared for auditions once he heard about the show, The Wizard of Oz. He auditioned and got the role of the professor and the wizard. He improvised and mastered the role so well that members of the audience of all ages loudly applauded, cheered, and laughed out loud. The young students at Heath would see him in the hallway and yell, "That's the wizard." Those school-based stage experiences, thanks to Elena, changed his self-perception in the best of ways. Then came high school when everything fell apart. He was hoping for a fresh start, but the mean kids got meaner, and even the not so mean kids made him feel ashamed and isolated. And for the first time, his life grew dark and depression took over. Fortunately, Elena, due to fortuitous circumstance, was asked to teach part-time at the high school, and she was Will's drama teacher. He was so excited and auditioned and was cast in the freshman play and in the high school musical in 2019 before the world shut down. This past year, Will's senior year, he could not wait for the musical. He auditioned for Elena, got the part of the Harvard admissions officer in Legally Blonde, was thrilled, but then felt invisible with his peers and ended up dropping out. Elena, being Elena, went out of her way to convince him not only to come back, but assured him he was needed, valued, and told him it would mean so much to her to see him take his final bow on stage in Brookline Public Schools, where she gave him the opportunity to take his first bow on stage at Heath. If you have never seen any of Elena's Brookline School productions, then I am certain it is impossible for you to appreciate her Herculean efforts she puts forth and demonstrates in every production. She does not simply teach, she works tirelessly to make sure every cast member shines on stage and carries that with them off stage. She taught Will to believe in himself, which is the most important leading role a teacher and instructor can bestow upon a student. Because of Elena, Will has felt purposeful, and he knows it is not just his mom, dad, and sisters who think he is a superstar. He is finally feeling that too. Elena is largely responsible for that. She is not only entitled to a step up, she is entitled to an escalator. Now I ask each of you to step up, do the right thing. Give what she is owed. What she does for students and for parents like me and caregivers is beyond value. Thanks for listening. I hope you do the right thing.
Thank you, Pam. Melissa, you're up, and then Mark Goldner.
Hi, good evening. That's a tough act to follow. I should just have her back for my portion, but here we go. My name is Melissa London. I teach 6th grade science at Pierce and have been a member of the grievance team for 3 years. The structure of the grievance process is designed to promote dialogue and collaboration between the BEU and the administration to address issues that arise. Sometimes it is necessary to file a formal grievance when dialogue and collaboration do not result. I am here on behalf of Elena Maimonis, a talented and dedicated young educator, recently featured in Dr. Guillory's Spotlight on Excellence for her work directing the High School Musical. Elena's level 3 grievance matter was heard just this afternoon by the school committee, and the matter is now in their hands. Elena was hired in 2018 for a half-time position in theater arts at Brookline High, a position that she was told came with health insurance. 1 month into the job, she was informed that none of the terms of her hire were quite what she had been promised, both verbally and in writing. The previous administration and personnel in the Office of Human Resources made many errors and miscommunicated on myriad occasions about the nature of Elena's position. Ultimately, as a result of this and a 2-day discrepancy in the way the district reapportioned her halftime schedule, Elena was denied placement on the next salary step during the following year when she returned to Brookline High School as a full-time teacher. This despite having been told in writing that she would indeed be moved to salary step 2. And this, despite the fact that the arbitrary 2-day discrepancy amounts to less than 0.5% of the entire school year, 12 hours, far less than the countless number of hours Elena spends working to inspire her theater art students and directing productions at BHS and other Brookline schools. Due to being denied placement on the proper salary step in her 2nd year in the public schools of Brookline, Elena has faced several years of being underpaid. This has implications for her lifetime earnings and her retirement. Elena has been clear that she is not seeking compensation for the 3 previous years' worth of missed salary. Elena is simply asking that the school committee, who heard this matter in a level 3 grievance hearing just 2 hours ago, recognize the repeated missteps and miscommunications that were made again and again over the past few years, and place her on the proper salary step beginning next fall. It is not okay for an educator in Brookline to be treated this way, especially when the fault lies with the district for not having treated Elena's situation properly, not acknowledging mistakes were made, and not taking the appropriate steps to rectify the situation when they could have. Now the school committee has the opportunity to rectify this matter. Please do the right thing and make Elena whole. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Melissa. Just to let the school committee know, we're about halfway through our public comments. So we've got more to go. I appreciate everyone who's spoken. Has been close to the 2 minutes, so thank you. Mark Goldner is next, and then Christina Dubrey-Honda.
Hello, can you all hear me okay?
We can, Mark, go
Good,
right
thank
ahead.
you. All right, I'm speaking tonight to highlight what feels like an effort on the school committee to work against educators and our union, rather than to see us as partners in resolving differences concerning violations of the contract or policies as they arise. Grievance is a strange word, but the idea behind the process, as Melissa explained, is not intended to be adversarial. Grievances are intended to resolve conflicts, to give employees the right to have their say in front of management with union backing and with the union as an equal partner with management. I've served on the BEU grievance committee for over 10 years, and in the past, the union felt that while we would often disagree over issues we were raising, the school committee and central administration made a good faith effort to resolve the conflicts through thoughtful compromise and creative problem solving. Unfortunately, the school committee has decided to use this moment in time, when teachers in Brookline feel more vulnerable than ever before, to push an agenda that would severely weaken the ability of educators to have our concerns heard and resolved. The school committee is pushing to do this by adding to their negotiations proposal severe limits to union grievance rights. These efforts to codify, for example, the removal of so-called past practice from grievance would make Brookline a radical outlier in the anti-educator and anti-union policies. Until a few years ago, it was quite rare for a grievance to even make it to the school committee level, which we call level 3, because school leaders recognized that it had the responsibility to work hard in collaboration with the union to resolve conflicts before they came to the school committee. Now, despite our efforts to resolve conflicts with the administration, our efforts are often dismissed. It now feels like we're presenting to the school committee on a weekly basis, and our concerns are then often summarily dismissed by the committee. No effort to come back and compromise, just outright refusal to recognize that there's an issue. And then the committee hides behind an anti-teacher lawyer to dismiss educator concerns. In the grievance hearing that you just heard about regarding Ms. Nunes, we worked hard to attempt to collaborate with the HR director and the superintendent to come up with a compromised solution. Instead, we find ourselves in the bizarre situation where the current administration seems more willing to defend the bungling actions of a previous administration rather than work with the BEU to fix the problem for an amazing educator. Members of the school committee, it seems as though you see grievances as some sort of power play, which they are not, rather than attempts to protect the working conditions of our members, which they are. You seem unwilling to face the fact that your employees are utterly demoralized and breaking under a crushing workload and the extra demands of teaching during a pandemic. The nickeling and diming of employees, as in the case with Elena Maimunas, further erodes what little positive feeling is left among the teaching staff. We must work together for the good of our students and your children. Each time an employee feels exploited, taken advantage of, or treated unfairly, morale is further eroded. Already, Brookline has one of the lowest teacher retention rates among districts in Massachusetts. Do what you can to reverse that trend, not to make it worse. Is this really the time to play hardball with educators, erode morale, and play power games with the union over the grievance process?
Thank you, Mark. Christina, you're up, and then Emma Seleni.
Hi, sorry. I'm Christina, and I'm a freshman at Brookline High School. And along with the other speakers before me, I agree that Brookline High School and all the other public schools of Brookline should should add Meatless Monday because it's better for the environment and we have limited options here at Brookline High School, and many students who are vegan or vegetarian either have to bring their lunch or can only eat, like, as someone said, the salads or like the other limited options that we have. And the schools, like, we have voiced concerns and nothing really has changed. And I just think that adding that would be better for the high school, and it would introduce students who aren't vegan or vegetarian to other vegan and vegetarian options. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina. Emma, you're up, and then Hannah is up after you.
Hi. Wait, can you hear me?
We can, Emma, go right ahead.
Hi, I'm Emma Senningy. I'm a third grader at Florida Ruffin Ridley School, and I'm a vegetarian. I've been a vegetarian for about 5 years now, and the reason I changed is that I didn't want to eat animals anymore. So I changed. This was a long time ago, but the feelings are still true. I lost my sponsor. I will continue to stand by my choice to never eat meat again. More recently, I have learned that vegetarianism is good for sustainability. For example, by not eating meat, we save water, pollute the air less, and save land and forests. So that makes me even happier to be a vegetarian. We can all make a better world. Thank you.
Thank you, Emma. And Hannah's up, and then Gregor Brockman.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can, go right ahead.
Good evening. I'm Hanna Saleni, a current 9th grader at Brookline High School. The importance and need for sustainability has never been more essential. Meat consumption is extremely unsustainable, but as a school district, we can take steps towards moving away from meat, starting with school cafeterias. A report from Helen Harwatt, a Harvard fellow, showed that the beneficial impact of Meatless Monday when implicated in schools through a study. The study took place between 2012 and 2017, during which 263 districts across the U.S. were following Meatless Monday. Through this report, Harwatt found that almost 400 million meals had been turned vegetarian between those 5 years. This change was very rewarding as it highlighted the many benefits of moving away from meat and being more sustainable. During this study, Harwatt found that together, Meatless Mondays across the country between those years had saved 595,547 tons of carbon dioxide, which is equal to the amount of carbon dioxide released if someone drove 1.4 billion miles. The study also concluded that within those years, the school districts had saved a total of 10.3 million animals. Even just one meatless meal can be beneficial to the environment. For one meatless meal someone has, they save 133 gallons of water and 24 square feet of land. By decreasing the amount of meat served in schools, we are able to help our environment and educate our community on how to be more sustainable and environmentally conscious. Thank you.
Thank you, Hannah. Gregor, you're up, and then Alice Thompson.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, go right ahead.
All right. Hi, my name is Gregor Brockman. I'm a freshman at BHS. I came to public comment today to voice my support for moving towards more plant-based foods in school cafeterias. I am not a vegetarian and I eat meat, but I also see the importance of moving towards more plant-based foods, which I think is a boat a lot of kids are in. And I would completely change to become a vegetarian if schools made more plant-based options. Meat is really, really bad for the environment, and lots of kids care very deeply about the environment including me, because if we trash it, we won't have a world to live in when we grow up, and our children also won't have a world to live in. So we're kind of like the last generation to be able to change these things. As I was saying, trying to save the environment is a lot to bear, and it's a lot of stress. But I'm sure we've all seen, kids all around the world are taking action for the planet. And in order to stop climate change, we need help from adults too. And that means you, the school committee, we need you to make sure that we're learning how to be sustainable, especially for things we do so often, like eating. We need you to help us make sure that being sustainable, we need you to help us be sustainable right now. Please pass a sustainability policy that you're discussing today to make sure we have a planet to live in when we grow up. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Gregor. Alice, you're up, and then Ben Hurwitz. Alice, you can go ahead.
Awesome. Sorry about that.
That's okay.
Okay, here. So, hi everyone. I'm Alice McCarvey Thompson, and I'm a student at BHS. On behalf of my group of 4, it's my social justice class. 2 of us are part of the Metco program, and I would like to question the fairness of the town law requiring a member of the school committee to be a Brookline resident. A large number of students here, of whom should be represented, do not live in Brookline. Therefore, it is unfair that one must live in Brookline to be on the committee. The Metropolitan Council for Educational Opportunity has been valued by BHS since the first students were sent for the purpose of facilitating the racial integration of the school. For over 50 years, Metco has been helping Boston kids access transportation to BHS. Not a single time within a half century has a qualified parent, guardian, or mentor of any of those thousands of community members been able to run for election to the school committee. We need people on the school committee who bring the needs of all students and all teachers to the table. This means a Black school committee member. This means someone who can directly voice the needs of Metco students and students of color. We believe that if BHS still values its principles with which it has supported Metco, then it will certainly allow Metco kids and other students from outside Brookline to have a qualified adult speak for them. This law needs change. Please put in the effort to do the right thing. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Alice. Ben, you're up, and then Siraj Batley. Go ahead, Ben. Ben, we can't hear you. Yeah, no, you're very, very faint. I'm sorry. Yeah, I don't know what it is, Ben. Maybe you can work on it. We'll call you after we're done. Give you another chance, okay? Okay, thank you. Suraj is next, and then Ashton Ferreira.
Hello, can anyone hear me?
We can hear you. Go right ahead.
Hello. I joined this webinar to say that I think we should have more meatless options at schools, because it's something that I think as a community we need to start moving forward to, just as for kids to be healthier, and for our future children to have a better future with global warming, because it's a very serious topic. Thank you.
Thank you, Suraj. Asher, you're up, and then Suvi Carlisle.
School committee leaders. My name is Asher Ferreira, and I'm a student at Brookline High School with Alice. She spoke initially about Metco student representation on school committee. Our other two group members, Jacovia and Nano, couldn't make it tonight, but they contributed to her point greatly. I want to emphasize everything that Alice said, as well as add that the school district as a whole is not adequately supporting Metco students, especially in elementary schools. The lack of Metco representation on the school committee exacerbates this problems and many others relating to equity. Alice, Jacovia, Nano, and I are asking that the school committee considers the possibility of changing the requirements for elections, as well as the possibility of adding a Metco parent representative to the school committee. Personally, I believe both of these are essential. We would like to be in conversation about this, and you can contact Alice, Jacovia, Nano, and I at our school emails, which I would like to put in the chat if possible, but due to the format of this Zoom call, I don't really know if that will work. Is there any way that I can reach out or give you guys our contact information?
Asher, you could send it to Robin Coyne. She'll send it to all of us.
Okay. Thank you for giving me time to speak. Have a good night.
I'm sorry. Sufi, you're next, and then Wendy Stahl.
I don't see Suvi, so
okay.
I'll move over to Wendy.
Okay.
Hi, thanks for letting me speak. I'm going to talk about something completely different. I am a parent at Lincoln, but I'm also a member of the Zero Emissions Advisory Board, which was recently formed in Brookline. It's the new climate committee. And I should have noticed last time you proposed this topic, but I noticed that tonight you're discussing a draft of your sustainability policy. And I read through it, and I know this isn't a forum for discussion, but I would love to be able to discuss with you guys the goal of what this policy is. If it's to actually ensure that the schools are sustainable, I think it needs a lot more specifics within it. and mechanisms for enforcement or encouragement if there is no actual enforcement capability in this respect. I have some ideas. Specifically, your section on transportation is great, has lots of specifics, but the other areas seem to be lacking. So if you are willing to continue the conversation on this, I didn't have time to fully delve into it and email you suggestions because I just found out about this yesterday and I didn't have time in my schedule, but I'm happy to work on this further if you guys delay your vote on it. So that's my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you, Wendy. Faith Dantowitz, I believe, is not on right now. Is that true, Robin?
That's correct.
So,
She is
Suzanne,
there.
so Faith had to drop off, but she did send me the statement she was planning to read, so I could simply read that for
Okay.
her. If you don't
Actually,
mind.
Andy, she's on right now.
Oh, she is. Wonderful.
Yeah.
So Faith, you'll be up now as soon as we get you on.
Sorry, I couldn't move Faith to panelist, but I can allow her to speak.
Okay, that's okay, Faith? Faith, you want to speak? It's your turn.
It may be that she's driving, in which case it probably wouldn't be safe for her to be reading a statement to us.
Let's see. Faith, oh, I thought she was on. I'm sorry. Okay. The driving and reading don't work. Yeah.
Mhm. Again, I could read it for her if this isn't working.
I'm just waiting to see. I guess you should go ahead, Andy.
Okay, I'm sorry, Faith, if I'm crowding you out here, but at least we'll get your statement out. So again, I'm reading for Faith Dantowitz, who's one of the interim co-chairs of our CPAC. I'm eager to learn further about the special education program review. As I mentioned last week, ableism characterizes people as defined by their disabilities and inferior to their non-disabled peers. I ask the administration and school committee to recognize that all general educators must partner with their special education peers, particularly when it's written in students' IEPs. All people working in the public schools of Brookline should understand ableism, the civil rights of people with disabilities, and remember ableism when discussing equity. I want everyone to remember that students of color with disabilities and their families face fears and a combination of racism and ableism I will never wholly comprehend. Please remember that it is often CPAC or individual parents who must speak for this vulnerable student population. These students may not have the ability to coordinate a walkout. They may fear retaliation. Sometimes this population can't speak up because they simply cannot speak, sometimes because they suffer from crippling anxiety, self-esteem issues, fear of bullying, fear of sharing their invisible disability, and sometimes they don't have the bandwidth or organization. What I can tell you, students with disabilities do want is compassion, acceptance, and a sense of belonging in their school, including in the life of the school. Pointedly, I'm asking that general education principals, teachers, paras, all the educators working directly with individual students in the public schools of Brookline to please know all of their students with IEPs or 504s. They should know the accommodations required for students so students may be and feel successful. They should want to recognize and embrace student competencies and support them. They should also attend their IEP meetings as required. These children, who may appear completely like their peers, are equally their students, and it is all their educators' responsibility to ensure these children and young adults receive a fair and appropriate public education. Since all inclusion facilitators have been removed from PSB, partnering with special educators should create meaningful, equitable work like their peers. This requires collaboration. We continue to hear of parents needing to spell out their children's accommodations to teachers because IEPs are not read or followed to effectively facilitate inclusion. This is not equitable. Unfacilitated inclusion is not equitable. None of these issues are the fault or responsibility of any one individual. The work requires all teachers and administrators to engage thoughtfully, thoroughly, and consistently. CPAC leadership is grateful for this program review of special education. We look forward to reviewing and learning from the full results and continue partnering with the Office of Student Services and the school committee. We hope that each school in Brookline, as well as all administration and the school committee, will work with this information to create more inclusive programs and programming so that our students with disabilities have an inclusive, equitable, and fair and appropriate public education and all feel like meaningful, valued community members. Perhaps this will help reduce the deficits seen in special education student performance and create greater collective competences between general education and special education. My final comment is regarding the restraint policy. I encourage school committee to continue researching timeout spaces and maybe visit them before passing the restraint policy. That is, again, reading for Faith Dantowitz, interim CPAC co-chair.
Yeah, thank you, Andy, for reading for Faith. We'll try, last one is Ben. We'll go back to Ben and see if we've got the audio working better.
Hello?
Yeah, that's working, Ben.
Yeah. Sorry about that. So my name is Ben Hurwitz. I am a BHS student in my freshman year. I'd just like to talk about the fact that there's kind of a lack of accessible green foods. And I believe the reason why we need more green foods for students is because the greener the food, in my opinion, the healthier the mind and the mindset of the student. And I believe that the students make up the school, and so thus the school would become healthier. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. Thank you for sticking with us until you got that to work. So we appreciate it. So thank you to all of our speakers. We had 21 tonight, which is a lot. It's good to hear from people. It's good to hear from our students. And many of the issues you brought up tonight, we actually will be discussing either later in the meeting or at our next meeting or two. Susan, I see your hand is up.
I just wanted to very briefly say thank you to all of the people who came to speak, especially the students. I realize that not one, but two children of people from my college debating society were speaking this evening, and in addition to a number of one of my children's friends. So at any rate, I'm feeling very old, but I'm also just feeling very grateful for all the students coming out to advocate for what's important to you. It's important for us to hear from you. And not surprisingly, the children of the debaters did a great job. So thanks very much.
Thank you, Stephen.
I just want to second that. I think it's great that we're getting so many students speaking at public comment, and I hope you encourage your fellow students to participate as well. I think this is a great trend. You're muted, Suzanne.
I muted myself. Anyway, we're going to move on, and we are now going to move into the presentations. Oh, Mariah, did you have something? No, okay. Presentation on school improvement plans. I think I will hand this back to Dr. Guillory to kick it off.
All right, thank you so much. So this is part 2 of our school improvement plan presentations. Tonight, we're going to hear from Baker School, Driscoll, Heath, Lincoln, and Pierce in that order. So first up, Mr. Lewis, it's all in your hands.
Okay, all right. I think there should be a PowerPoint shared.
Robin, could you just give me access to share, please?
And good evening, everyone. All right. This is the Baker School Improvement Plan. Ari, you can go to the next slide. I'll get right to it. First thing I want to do is thank our school site council members who helped develop the school improvement plan and gave input, and that's Marcy Sachs, Michelle Morrissey, Leslie Tomian, Gareth Lawson, Dylan Rossi, Scott Lippman, and myself. I also had my 2 leadership interns, Allison Henry and Katie Moy, contribute to the school improvement plan as well. So we can go to the next slide. All right, our first goal for our school improvement plan is cultural responsiveness, basically having culturally responsive teaching practices and resources. And our goal is by increasing our cultural responsiveness, we will see feelings of connectedness and engagement increase among our African American students, Latinx students, English learners, Arabic speaking students, and Asian students. Next slide. Our actions will be to engage our School Culture and Climate Committee and our Equity Diversity Committee, which is parents and teachers, to develop better professional development and family engagement opportunities. Also working with our interventionists in mathematics and literacy to increase our culturally responsive curriculum and texts, and also engaging the SEL screening process, which is a panorama survey. We'll also use the SEL screening process as evidence of the progress we're making with this goal. Next slide. All right, our next goal is progress monitoring, and this relates to our system of child study and intervention for students. And we have a good system in place, but we also know there's an area for continuous improvement. So we want to make sure that the progress monitoring we're doing and data analysis that we're doing is how is it going right now, and what do we need to do to improve that? Next slide. So our first step would be to review our current progress monitoring and data analysis, what we're doing with child study in our grade level support meetings and so on. And then also to seek feedback on what's working and what's not working. And then once we receive that feedback, to update and revise our progress monitoring with in our child study system and grade level support meetings. And we will look for evidence of improvement by looking at our BAS assessments and our MCAS scores as well. Our final goal is relating to our students' school schedule. And I like to say as a school leader, your schedule reflects your values. So a school schedule to reflect the school's values. So we want to look at our school schedule. We already started doing this over almost 2 years ago, is to increase and build in our tier 2 and tier 3 interventions, also increase our SEL instruction and support, and also opportunities for enrichment and extension. And we hope by doing this, we will see results in different assessments, whether MCAS or BAS. So this goal, we start off by analyzing our schedule, gathering feedback for our schedule, taking a long look. We started doing this over almost 2 years ago. And we've updated our schedule over the last couple of years and made a lot of improvements, increased intervention time for tier 2 and tier 3 interventions, also giving time for teachers to collaborate and consult, and also opportunities for enrichment and extension. Going forward, we want to see what's working, what's not. So we're going to continuously evaluate this in our schedule to see what's working, what's not, and make improvement going forward. And that's it. Thank you for your time.
Lewis. Next up, we have Mr. Euclid.
Good evening, everyone. I'll be presenting our Driscoll School Improvement Plan. Thank you, Erin. So our work this year is building a 2-year plan, and I'm grateful to our Site Council, our newly formed Site Council. You can see their names here on the first slide for beginning this work. We are putting together a 2-year plan, which we are hopeful that we will present at a faculty meeting in the spring and have our Site Council vote on later this spring. We decided to do a 2-year plan in anticipation of next year moving into, thinking about the following year moving into our new building in September 2023. We wanted to be thoughtful next year about our plan for a plan moving into our new building. So we decided to work on the 2-year plan this year. Next slide. So our first goal is our social emotional goal, which is to identify individual student needs, social emotional health, so that students have a sense of belonging and where they also feel respected and valued by their classmates and teachers. Again, we want to maximize opportunities for students to reach their highest potential, and we'll increase academic social emotional growth across all student groups and achievement levels by implementing best practices. And we also want to help students manage their emotions as they rise throughout the day. And by monitoring this, we will look at our data team, we started looking at Panorama this year with the help of Matt Dubois, introducing it during our PD Day. Our clinical team reviews this on a regular basis, and they meet weekly to determine supports for students. We're going to look at the middle school schedule and staffing to see if we can incorporate resources for 7th and 8th grade advisory. Currently, we don't have 7th and 8th grade advisory. We do in 6th, and we need to engage in looking at the process of how we can incorporate that into our 7th and 8th grade. Next slide. Again, as part of building our community, we want to reintroduce community building events such as community meeting and other events such as International Potluck. Community meeting is such an important part of our school fabric, and it's a way for us to reinforce all the values that we have here at the Driscoll School. On that note, this year we started a new initiative with our wonderful vice principal who introduced this. It's a 6th through 8th grade PBIS initiative where our K-2 students design and create postcards that we distribute to our teachers and staff who can then write out recognizing students for good work and compliment them on kindness or something that deserves recognition, which are then mailed out to their families so they can be recognized at home. And this has been a nice way to complement our work with our students in the elementary grades through community meeting, but this creates a nice middle school event. And then also we want to maintain guidance support during COVID through programs such as Second Step, Mind Up, Zones of Regulation, and Incredible Flexible U. Next slide. Our second goal is tiered intervention in math across all grade levels. We are continuing to have dialogue and conversation to identify successful instructional strategies that provide Tier 1 and Tier 2 intervention. We want to build conceptual understanding and procedural fluency, problem-solving skills for students, particularly groups with the lowest levels of proficiency. Next slide. And how we're monitoring this is that we are working with our grade level teams to analyze data and identify students in need of improvement, both through looking at MCAS data, but also classroom assessments. Next slide. So our ongoing work is been working with our math specialists and our teacher teams to determine Tier 1 and Tier 2 interventions that are effective in helping students build conceptual understanding and procedural fluency and problem-solving skills. This is an ongoing dialogue in figuring out how we address the needs of all of our students, including those who need additional support. And then finally, sorry, one other quick thing. Sorry, Aaron, if you can go back. One other quick thing we've been discussing as well is to partner with families to help reinforce math skills at home by building a resource in Google Drive for families to access in the summertime and throughout the year. Our third goal is school climate and culture, bridging our K-5 and 6-8 communities in order to solidify our K-8 school. We want to improve our school culture and climate by continuing to develop a connection between our elementary and middle school grades. Next slide. So we're monitoring this by developing, or some of our work that we have been working on and will continue to work on is developing outlining habits and skills that students are expected to possess when they enter and exit each grade level. Some of our work is incorporating the work that we've done already with through Landmark and their consultation with Landmark, and also talking about habits of scholarship. Next slide. We also want to continue to work as a group and maintain our K-8 identity by reintroducing a wonderful program called Arts Equinox. This has been an event that has been in existence well before I arrived. But it also is something that is a K-8 celebration of the arts. So we're looking to bring that back. COVID prevented us from celebrating this. It's been 3 years since we've done this, and we're trying to bring that back. And we also want to establish experiences for students and parents to ease the transition from elementary grade to the middle school grades by having a 5th grade parent night in a transition where 6th grade mentors provide a presentation about 6th grade with a tour of the school as well. And it's also a way to highlight those expectations that students should have as they enter 6th grade. Next goal. And then our final goal is professional development. This goal is to support the other 3 goals in providing teachers the support that they need to promote social emotional learning, meet educational equity, and improve school climate. We want our teachers to develop competencies that match the goals of our school and the district. And we want our staff to be engaged in equity learning by working in equity teams. Next slide. So we're monitoring this by our wonderful equity team, who has been meeting all year, and they are looking to develop a Driscoll vision statement of what equity looks like at our school. Our staff has been engaging throughout the year with the help of Janae Utaro to continue with our wonderful work in our ELT groups. There are 6 groups. We're working in small groups under 6 different titles, and we look forward to presenting all this work at the end of the year with each other as a staff. And then finally, our staff is looking to incorporate and receive a continued training with Landmark to develop those skills that our students need to ensure that their success, all of our students' success, by using some of those wonderful Landmark skills, such as 2-column notes, dragon books, et cetera. So it's a lot of work that we're doing. We're looking forward to implementing this, this school improvement plan, and we're looking forward to developing a new plan as we move into our brand new building, which should be done in September of 23.
Thank you, Mr. Euclid. Next up, we have Dr. Sevelius of the Heath School.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for having us here tonight. I also want to thank my committee, my school site council committee, Jillian Diamond, Kristen Wheeler, both educators at Heath, Sarah Moynihan, who is my intern, but also a BEEP faculty member, and parents, John Bass, Lisa Kang, and Eli Silk. So they have been really, really powerful partners, and I'm so thankful for them and their work on this plan. Next slide, Erin, please. So first on this page, you'll see our North Star. And our North Star is something that we collaboratively developed as a faculty a number of years ago. But we still really want to keep this front and center when designing work and experiences and opportunities for ourselves and our students. So I'll just read it aloud. That when children and teachers feel happy, safe, and supported, we have room to grow and learn through collaboration and risk-taking with our peers. And so I would like to kind of front load my brief presentation tonight with that this school improvement plan does feel a little bit like some risk taking on our part. It doesn't read like past school improvement plans. I have personally and professionally found that sometimes school improvement plans are written and then they're showcased on a website and they're not really activated upon. And that is really frustrating as somebody who creates these plans. We've also oftentimes created ourselves or written ourselves into a corner so that we're not flexible enough to kind of bend to the needs as they're emerging on the daily in the school. Or as we're trying to implement new things, we're kind of beholden to this plan that's inflexible while our school is quite flexible. So with that in mind, I wanted to build a really flexible framework that spoke to our values and our vision for who we are trying to be. And so that is what I hope you're hearing as I go through the next few slides. Erin. So the objective of the experiences that we hope kids and adults have at Heath School is that everyone feels that they have been ensured access, membership, and participation at the school, that they feel they can access it emotionally, psychically, physically access the facilities, and that once inside the school, that they actually are a full member of the community, and that because of that access and membership, their participation really increases over and over again, so that their comfort and their safety increases as well. In order to make that happen, the adults really do have to be engaged in a really intense cycle of inquiry, daily, sometimes hourly, it feels like. But at the bottom here at the page, you'll see the 4 questions we're trying to ask ourselves all the time. What's the impact of my teaching on students, both daily and over time? What does high quality teaching and learning mean in an ever-changing society? What does fair assessment mean and who decides? What systems and practices can we disrupt and or create so that community members can enjoy that full access to school? And so I think that we feel like if we're doing our work, We're going to be able to answer those questions or at least engage in really complex dialogue so that we can start to make motion towards finding answers that fit our kids in the moment. Next slide, Erin. So here I've highlighted 3 different kind of ideas. Also kind of we want to uphold in our school this idea that we're collectively reflecting on the learning conditions we're establishing for our students. We're reflecting on our personal biases, and we're working collectively and individually to move our practice forward. Our students should be able to approach unstructured problems, define problems, assess them, and engage in cycles of inquiry and feedback themselves. We want the adults and kids collectively and individually, again, to be able to be engrossed in systems where they're able to feel success, feel failure, trying again, and ever, kind of growing in that cycle. And then we believe that we're growing to understand how and why. This is part of that vision setting, that we owe an educational debt to students for whom our collective practices have not had the intended impact. And so that's what we're looking to kind of unpack. Next slide, Erin. So with that overall framework, our first goal, and we have 4 goals. First of all, we want that every student can advocate for and access what they need. We want trusting relationships, fostering a sense of whole school belonging, prioritizing affinity groups so that our students of color, our BIPOC students, our LGBTQ students can always find a safe space. We want to prioritize our schedule for those purposes. We want to prioritize academic and emotional health. And we want every adult feeding a system in which every student feels safe, that they can advocate for and access what they need. Next slide, please. Because we are designing a system that can hopefully produce positive and more equitable outcomes, we then expect and hope to see positive increase in student data returns, particularly for students with disabilities and our BIPOC students. And we name and recognize that these are students that we have historically left behind, and the historically left behind can be 50 years ago. That was Heath School 50 years ago was a majority white school. It's last week. We are in the process of understanding how our work as educators impacts our students, and then how we need to adjust our practice so that all of our students, but in particular our students with disabilities and our BIPOC students, can have the most equitable outcomes, learning outcomes, and social outcomes as possible. Our third goal is to continue to implement cycles of professional learning during faculty meetings. For the past 3 years or so, our faculty meetings have primarily focused on understanding how to better serve, how to understand anti-bias, anti-racist pedagogies and implement them in our classrooms, looking at inclusion practices for our special education students. Looking this year in particular, we're looking at the impact of mental health in school. We were looking at what are the mental health profiles of our students now, and how did we get here, and where do we want to take our students? And then also looking at, I forget the 4th one already, but we had 4 strands that we were, LGBTQ students, how to support those students. And the routines that we want to foster around adult learning are that eventually that when teachers are sitting, when I'm sitting with my work alone in my office, a teacher is sitting with a set of lesson plans or a unit that's coming up and need to really unpack how to present it to kids, that they are looking at their own bias so that they're creating the most, they're creating the opportunities that are the least racist, the least biased, and the most kind of open and progressive, so that kids can find themselves in the work and advocate for what they need if they don't see themselves in the work presented to them. And so that's the routine we want to foster for our adults in the community. Next slide, Erin. And then we want to continue to begin to serve as educational ambassadors to the greater public schools of Brookline community. We think that there should, be a lot more flow between schools. We would love to be at the forefront of adapting new practices or piloting new practices. We would love to learn from other schools, and we would just love to be a player in that way. We think the work that we're doing is really important, and we don't think that we should exist in a silo. And so we want to be more invitational, and we also want to be more kind of risk taking so that we can learn as fast and as well as possible. So of course there are actions behind this. So I'll read the bolded areas. Our actions will be the intentional ongoing efforts to ensure participation of historically marginalized groups, specifically BIPOC students, students with disabilities, LGBTQ+ students, EL students, and economically disadvantaged students in community events. We also want to make sure that we are a safe space, and we create safe spaces for our students to engage in affinity groups. It's really important that kids can see each other in the space. Heath School is a majority white school. We're a culturally white school, and that makes it even more and more important for us to create affinity spaces that feel really safe so that our Black students, our Latinx students, our queer students, our Asian students can really have a home within a home. That feels very important for us in this work. Our bi-monthly faculty meetings will be purposefully designed to look at our collective and individual pedagogies, including anti-bias, anti-racist pedagogies, again, supporting students within affinity groups, special education, looking really at what does true inclusion mean, and then of course, supporting student mental health. We think that supporting student mental health will be the work for decades to come, not only because of the pandemic, but just because we're getting a better understanding of how mental illness works, what our mental health needs are for our young kids. And I think we're just getting better. That means we know more and can do more. Again, we want to really look at how we're designing lesson plans, how we're engaging in cycles of inquiry, and really, again, making sure that participation, membership, and access drives our decision-making so that we know that our intent is having the impact we want, but we're also expecting to hear when our intent does not have the impact and then adjust our practices. Next slide. And then finally, monitoring our goals. We're looking at improved statistical outcomes. We're looking at, we want to hear directly from students through student panels, through parent panels. And then we want to implement and decipher data from the universal screener. And we hope that that screener stays with us a long time. We're able to get really good data and activate on it really quickly. And that's been a great benefit to us. Other than that, thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Sevelius. Next is Mr. Denizio, Lincoln School.
Good evening, everybody. Thanks for having us. Aaron, I think, is going to put up some slides for me.
Sorry, yeah, they're loading.
Okay, cool. Okay, good deal. Aaron, if you actually go to I think the next slide, things are a little out of order. There's my school council membership. I want to thank these folks, our parent caregiver reps, Chris Blesson, Sarah J, Xiao Fan Wang, and Sandra Wiesman. And then our teacher reps, Karen Olson Shannon, Donald Petrie, Gretchen Thompson, and Alejandra Traub. And here is our slide with our 3 goals, and then that graphic at the right connects to our 3rd goal. And so as we thought about the plan we were making through last year, and particularly into the spring as we put the finishing touches on it, we were trying to write a plan that would take a multi-year approach to digging through the impact of a few years of COVID-affected and pandemic-affected schooling. And so if we could advance to the next slide for goal 1. So we tied our goals to either district goals or district values. And so this goal 1 is tied to the district goal area of every student achieving. And we wanted to take a multi-year systematic approach to identifying and ameliorating gaps in learning due to pandemic schooling. And so the core problem we wanted to address was that we wanted to be thoughtful and take a multi-year approach to first understanding how the pandemic impacted our students and do as much as we could with our tier 1 instruction to address those impacts. We didn't want to simply pour on remediation or squish content and standards into the next grade up from the previous grade, but instead give our students the space to demonstrate to us the learning that did happen during remote and hybrid learning, and then thoughtfully scaffold in the skills and material needed to be successful over their career with us at Lincoln. Particularly in the lower grades and the younger grades, we're aware of the need to get good information and discern which students are presenting with a learning disability versus students who are presenting with like interruptions in their schooling or limited exposure due to the pandemic. You know, I think even though we thought we were being pretty good prognosticators last spring, it's only really this year that we've come to reckon with kind of the full impact of the last 2 years of impacted schooling. Some examples of that fact are, you know, we're still working with our youngest learners, right? I think kindergarten, think first grade, to develop both the independence and the stamina that's necessary to participate in classroom activities like guided reading. Not being able to do guided reading as regularly or needing to scaffold those skills more has an impact on their ability to attend a grade level text, for example. Another example of this we saw was our math students had strong computational skills, but would sometimes present with like disorganized thinking when they were recording their work, right? Because that was the thing they weren't doing with teacher supervision and support during remote learning. And so as we move into the last part of this year and beyond, we're prioritizing skills and habits that are going to be necessary to work independently and cooperatively, and working to identify systemic changes we need to consider as part of our scheduling and interventions in the year ahead. And you can see in our action steps that a lot of this is about some systems things that we could put in place at the outset, right? A K-5 schedule that helps us to have coherent delivery of intervention services, as well as support from our math and literacy specialists so that they can be in classrooms as well, helping to support teachers in the rollout of tier 1 instruction. And then we've made some changes to our CST process so that instead of it being exclusively about meetings for students for whom teachers are concerned, we do a whole class review process at 3 points throughout the year, where we're trying to put all students kind of in the context of the greater whole. And understand where are, you know, so we're going through a protocol where we are having a CST member meet with each teacher in each grade level to look at students kind of holistically and get a picture of the whole class and track over time, how is the class moving, green, yellow, red being the kind of levels of concern that we would be indicating for students. Sharon, could you go to the next slide? Super. So this is our goal 2. And this is connected to district goal area of every student prepared for change and challenge. And our goal here was more in the social emotional realm of creating a culture of care and mindfulness appropriate to each learner, educator, and caregiver that builds lifelong relationships in a supportive and connected community. Can I have the next slide? Thank you. So here, the problem that drove our thinking for this goal was the impact of pandemic schooling on students' social emotional development and overall our school community, and the feeling of disconnectedness that so many of our students, staff, and family were feeling. You know, if you think of the experience of your typical third grader last year, they spent the first few weeks of the year remote. Then they were hybrid with half their class and really just spending so much of their time with one cohort of kids throughout their week. It wasn't until the spring that everybody was back, and even still, they weren't having the opportunities to mix at recess and at lunch that they would, and a lot of the kind of informal and connecting kind of experiences that were a part of school were gone. Also, unfortunately, our extended day program was unable to reopen last year. I know that so many after-school programs and activities were affected. Things like our school play and after-school sports couldn't happen. And so those community nurturing and community building things were unavailable to us. And so we wanted to be thoughtful on the individual student level, and then also on the school level of how we were building back opportunities to nurture individuals and help build back community. So we had dedicated time for social emotional learning in our K-5 schedule, and that's happening 5 days a week. And the kind of hallmark of this work is that we brought back an advisory program in the middle school. This had been in place for some grades and then went away entirely for the first few, even a couple of years prior to the 2020-21 school year. But our middle school team was really committed to the idea of these small group opportunities to meet with students are the way that we've built some great connections and the way that we get to know them in a much more well-rounded way. And so I worked with a group of teachers, consulted with folks at BHS about their advisory program to build in a model and some structure so that teachers could have the time to thoughtfully plan for advisory without it becoming an additional prep, and to carve out the time in the student day. We're also really deliberate about who we matched. You know, we matched 8th grade teachers with 6th grade students so that, again, you had another adult in your life in the middle school that you knew rather than just your 6th grade team. I have a lucky or unlucky, depending upon how they frame it, a group of 7th graders who are part of my advisory. So if you've ever been to my office and you wonder, why do you have 13 chairs in here? It's because 2 days a week for 25 minutes, I need them for my 7th grade advisory. We've also worked real hard to leverage the data that we're getting from the Panorama Screener. This has been an incredible resource, not only for this goal, but also our next one when we get there, to understand and make some, not only individual students who may indicate concerning, that they really wish to speak to somebody or that they don't identify a safe adult, but also just overall patterns to see in grade levels or classrooms or cohorts. And so making space at our faculty meetings, making space in common planning time to digest and reflect back those data, and also be really thoughtful and deliberate in carving out time to give the survey so that it isn't done quickly, but is because we want to act on it. We make sure that we give students the appropriate time to complete it. I'm going to move on to the next slide, if you could. Thank you. So this is under district core value of educational equity. And this is to support, our goal is to support student sense of efficacy and belonging through work in the 4 areas outlined below, right? Curriculum, families, educators, and systems. Fundamentally, this is a goal that's about educational equity and ensuring that all of our students and our families feel that they belong at Lincoln, that they can be successful there, and that their voice is welcome and necessary for our community to be strong. And so from the student perspective, school belonging and school efficacy and self-efficacy are 2 leading predictors of student academic success. And our panorama data from last spring was showing some troubling disparities in these 2 areas in demographic groups. We were seeing gaps, grades 3 through 8 for students of color versus their white peers. We were seeing gaps between low-income students versus non-low income students, gaps between students with disabilities and without, between our English language learners and our students who were not. And this was a problem that needed to be and needs to continue being addressed. And that graphic is a way of kind of demonstrating the interconnectedness of all these pieces, but also centering the student experience and student voice as part of that process. And so this is multi-year work, right? This is work where our focus for this year is primarily in the realm of educators. We did this intentionally because we knew we needed first to work where we could have the greatest impact, and also that there was internal and reflective work that our Lincoln educators needed to do, and also that we have a lot of agency and can make change quickly when thinking about what is happening in our classrooms and in our moment-to-moment and day-by-day interactions with students. We also knew that there's great work happening at the district level, particularly when we look at the Office of Teaching and Learning, looking at our curriculum through an equity lens, the professional development opportunities such as SEED that are going on across the district. And so we wanted to build momentum and work on those things that were most immediate and most within our control by focusing on students. And so I've been really lucky to be working with and supported by a group of educators at Lincoln who wanted to take on a teacher leadership role in working towards educational equity. And they've helped in the development of a survey we did of our faculty last spring that we then used to build out a professional development plan for this year. That included time at our all-day professional development on November 1st. That was kicked off with a presentation by Janae Utaro on small moments and bite-sized actions that educators could take. And then it was followed up by multiple small group experiences that were facilitated by our Lincoln educators. In the fall, that included diving deeply into the panorama data around efficacy and belonging, and also some shared learnings and reflections we did on the 4 I's of oppression and implicit bias. We're right now in the midst of a cycle of meetings on feedback to students and broadening out that definition to be about all of the inputs and all of the information students get across a day, verbally, non-verbally, in writing, in ways that communicate to them that where they stand in a classroom and in a community. We're using excerpts from Culturally Responsive Teaching in the Brain to prompt teachers to reflect on their own patterns and habits and feedback, and choosing strategies that are going to support efficacy and belonging for all students, and recognizing too that feedback is heard through the student experience. It's in the eyes of, in the ears, and in the mind of the student receiving it. And we need to be culturally responsive and sensitive when giving that feedback. And this is really rich ground that we want to continue to expand out on in terms of the ways in which we communicate student feedback to families and caregivers, and also how we get and solicit and act on feedback that come from students and caregivers. So, and that's it. Yeah. Thank you very much, gang. Thanks for having us.
Thank you, Mr. Denizio. Next up, we have Ms. Yadoff, Pierce School.
Thank you, Dr. Guillory. I will wait while mine gets queued up. Thanks, Erin. Before I start, I do want to give a shout out to the members of our school council. Brad Coleman, Emily Weiss, Susie Ma, Audrey Lee, and Molly Cohen are our 5 parent reps. We also have 4 staff reps, Marley Gonsalves, Amy Woogmaster, Dave Carter, and Greg Kester, and 2 community reps, Jason Greenberg and Hank, the crossing guard. Next slide. So this slide, I'm not going to read it to you, but this just ties our goals to the district goals. So our first goal is tied to district goal 1, every student achieving. Our second goal is tied to district goal 4, professional growth of educators. And our last goal is a very unique goal for us as a part of the MSBA project, and it is tied to the goal of communication and collaboration. Next slide. So our first goal focuses on teaching and learning, and we did a lot of work this summer looking at our MCAS data, and I was really shocked and disappointed to see that the achievement gap for our students who identify as Black and African American increased pretty significantly at the Pierce School. It was already big and has gotten bigger. And so as we did that data dive, we realized that we were looking at a group of 19 students who were underperforming on MCAS, and decided that if we took some time to really dig in and think about the why of that, that might give us an opportunity to move their progress. And so this year we started that work, and we're continuing this next year as a part of our school improvement plan. I do want to acknowledge that MCAS is an imperfect measure, but it does remain a state graduation requirement, and we are committed to ensuring that all of our students are well prepared to pass. We also know that it is one of the most consistent district and statewide measures for assessing student achievement over time. And so for that reason, we are leaning heavily on this one measure of performance for this goal. Next slide. So we're going to achieve the goal in several ways. First, by increasing teacher supports, and then also by increasing student opportunities. So we need to make sure that our educators have the training, resources, and support they need to achieve a high level of growth in MCAS for students who identify as Black or African American. And that's going to come in the form of culturally responsive professional development, a team approach to reviewing data through the creation of a PLC, and then support for individual teachers in determining the best instructional steps, including supports for progress monitoring and reviewing of standards through the lens of MCAS question item analysis. Teachers are doing an awful lot every day, and we really need to provide these supports to them. We also need to provide, more student opportunities, and we've done that by asking for money in our budget that will allow for the funding for after-school tutoring and homework clubs that will focus on building skills. access to Lexia, which we actually already have this year, but also other technology-based supports that have embedded progress monitoring tools. And then the focus on building confidence and competence through the use of culturally proficient teaching methods. Next slide. And we'll monitor this goal in the long term by looking for a high student growth percentile for students who identify as Black or African American. An average SGP is between 40 and 60, so we're aiming for a number greater than 60 for that SGP. We're also going to be soliciting feedback from teachers on the job embedded professional development that we'll be providing, and we'll be monitoring attendance and engagement in the program offerings that we are offering to students. Next slide. Our second goal continues the work of building staff capacity with RTI, including the use of professional learning communities at Pierce to really take advantage of the incredible range of skills and expertise right here at Pierce School. Next slide. So this goal is to continue the work of building staff capacity for RTI implementation, including the increased use of professional learning communities that focus on leveraging the diverse experience of our own staff. And we're going to do that by building effective PLCs and by increasing access to those RTI supports. So the building of PLCs means making time for the work through thoughtful use of time, both in faculty meetings and collaboration time, and then also consolidating and organizing the existing resources that allow us to create efficiencies for staff. We're going to continue the ongoing Lexia training. We're going to make sure that we have access to other technology resources that support targeted intervention for students and ensure that we're using our experts on staff to provide job embedded professional development in the day where we already have time for that. Next slide. And we'll be progress monitoring that by looking at our bank of resources that we provide to staff on the opening day, by thinking about the faculty meeting paths that target building just right teacher RTI skills, and progress monitoring surveys to evaluate the effectiveness of that professional development so that we can make corrections as we go if we're missing the mark. Next slide. And then our last goal is really focused on the Pierce renovation project. For those of you who've been following along, this is a project that's big and is going to take an enormous amount of time, and it also requires a lot of communication because it has a substantial community impact. Next slide. So this goal is going to be met by regular project updates to families, partnership with district staff in engaging neighborhood community members, and then planning for and communicating about relocation during construction. We did have a long conversation with our school improvement plan drafters about the fact that if the override for some reason doesn't pass, we would need to write a different goal for the remainder of the year. And so the team is prepared for that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Yadoff, and thank you all school building leaders for presenting tonight. Suzanne, I pass it back to the committee for any questions or comments they may have.
Well, thank you. Thank you to everyone for giving up your evening yet again and for sharing your plans with us. It's really helpful to us to have them, for you to come to us and to all see them. So thank you for that. Comments, questions, excuse me, from the committee members. Jennifer.
Thank you to everyone who came. That was a lot of information. And so that's what I want to say is that was a lot of information. I need time to process that information. That was a ton of information at once. So that was, thank you. I don't know that I can actually make comment at this time because I have to process a lot of that, but it was really lovely and awesome things that are happening, really thoughtful work. Like I have really good things to say, but to make really thoughtful comments, even deeper than that, deep comments, I need some time. And I think the only other one thing I would say, which is more to the committee, is I think that I would just make a request going forward that maybe we could try to think about maybe having fewer SIPs at once, just because it's so much to process at once that I would like to be able to give principals more feedback at once. And I feel limited in my capacity to do that right now, just with that was a lot of schools at once. So in general, I heard lots of really good things and I'm very happy that you all joined us and thank you for your hard work. I really appreciate you taking the time out of your evening to come and share this with us. I want to open up the floor to other people, but that would be my one sort of like request is just maybe next time if we could just do like maybe 2 schools at one night, that would be better for me. But That's my perspective.
Thank you, Jennifer. Mariah.
I want to echo the thanks. That was really great. Like I just heard so much stuff. I mean, this night of happiness and here being really proud of what I'm hearing is continuing. So that's wonderful. Thank you so much. I have two sort of practical questions. I think the first is, and it somewhat ties to what Jen just said. Is there any way to get to Linus for perhaps the central office to like give these to us so we can have a chance to absorb them maybe in like a 1-pager or a 1- and 2-page doc where we can get just a summary of each goal for each school? Because it's really overwhelming with all the different slides, and I would love to have a sort of more condensed way to look at it all to be able to absorb it if that's possible. And then my second question is, I know that the school improvement plans are supposed to be used to inform the budget, and I'm curious if someone could explain to me how what we see now, like, is it meant to inform next year's budget? I guess I'm a little confused, or were they supposed to be, would these normally be presented in the fall? I'm trying to understand how this fits in the sort of the annual process so that we're doing what we would like to do, which is support the efforts of the schools.
Susan, did you want to answer that, or do you want to go on to something else?
I wanted to address a similar question. I'm not sure if I have an answer, but so first, thank you. And I really appreciate that throughout the pandemic, each of your site councils was in a little bit of a different place. I know some people had very active site councils, some people had active parents, others had, and teachers, others didn't. And so I just really want to appreciate the fact that all of you and your peers on the earlier evening did such a great job this year. And, you know, Dr. Guillory, I give you credit for this also, just really pulling all this together. And it's just so clear that the principals are working together and communicating. So just an enormous thank you. Just on two thoughts. One is, although I only have another 5 weeks and 120 hours. I just want to put in my plug for doing these at the schools over the course of the year. One thing I know we have a lot to catch up on, so I understand, I think, why we did it this way this year, but I really loved going to each school each year and going to at least one site council or having a chance to meet them and meet the teachers, meet the parents who were on site council and hear the conversation, because it was just it was a lot of time for us to go through, especially to those of us who tried to go to every single school, but it was just an enormously valuable. So I just want to thank you for those of you who hosted us in the past, and would just hope that we might be able to do that in the future when we're all back, you know, sort of feeling better about being back. All, you know, kind of all together as much as possible. And then I guess I would say the last thing is just on the budget piece. I think one ongoing question that we've had, and that I assume we'll have during the strategic planning process, is how do we think about building-based budgets? There's a lot in Brookline that's centralized compared to other districts, and principals have relatively less control over resources. And this is sort of, there's a lot of good reasons for that in terms of consistency and equity across buildings, but at the same time, there really are different things going on in each building. And so how we think about the resources that the buildings principals and their site councils can have input into and move around more flexibly, I think is a really important part of it. So in an ideal world, in my mind, if you have a multi-year school improvement plan, the budgeting process is sort of, it's kind of an ongoing running alongside process. And it really can address the things that are most important to the buildings at that time. So it feels to me like both of those are not really an answer to Mariah, but like both of those are kind of multi-year efforts, and then they kind of dovetail at certain points. They zipper in at certain points in the year and check in and pull up, but they really are, it's kind of an ongoing set of priorities. So thank you guys so much. This was great.
Is it possible to get an actual, like, to get an answer to the question though?
Yeah, I was
okay.
Not
to cut you off, Susan, but just specifically to make sure I got that answer.
Well, so there's two things I wanted to say about that. One is almost everybody had professional development in their plan somewhere. And so I'm wondering what that budget line is for professional development for each school. And if in fact administrators have any kind of flexibility around that, or if it's all again paid centrally. And then the other thing I was thinking is, I think, Jamie, you said that you put in for a budget request for, was it Lexia? And was that, and so could you?
Yeah, I put in several items in my budget requests were tied directly to the school improvement plan goals, including funding for those homework clubs,
Yes.
and for professional learning, and for the resources, including the electronic ones.
So those, just so we can help Mariah with this and help me. So you've put those in for now for the budget for next year.
That's correct.
And so this plan is going into next year. It doesn't end June
Correct.
30th. It goes circular through the year, maybe updated a year from now, or when, or maybe have a 2-year plan. I don't know.
Was it funded?
Well, she doesn't know, the budget's not been passed yet.
Well, was it accepted for the preliminary budget?
Most of it was.
Okay, it sounds like all of this is a work in progress in terms of wrinkling out or ironing out all the wrinkles in the cycle, but that's helpful. Thank you.
Well, I can also jump in a little bit too. So schools have a particular line that is used to address needs such as this, such as professional development. It's the workshop line. So unfortunately, last year, there were some changes that were made that reduced some of the funding that schools received, but we were able to make up some of that funding through other venues. And so they did end up getting the full amount. There are particular times where the district will take on the funding. If we have multiple schools where it's just better to kind of come together and make a purchase. And one of those examples is Lexia. So that actually doesn't come through a school budget. The Office of Teaching and Learning pays for Lexia for the schools that would like to use that program.
And Leslie, as a follow-up, I believe we had a conversation where you had money in your budget that was not actually spent this year. And I'm wondering how that goes down to the school level, if that happens, or everything is from you is from a district level. Do you know what I'm asking?
Yeah, so that funding that you're speaking of was carryover from several years of title funding. And so the Office of Teaching and Learning worked really hard to make sure that we first spent the carryover funding before accessing new funds. And so that is pretty much spent down at this point. We'll have that spent down very shortly. You asked one more question, Susan. Sorry, I lost my train of thought. My daughter was running through. Sorry, I lost my train of thought.
Was it the question about school-based, like do schools have the access to funds to do these things? Was that the question? Wasn't that your first question, Suzanne, is whether schools had access to her funds, central funds, right?
If you have money available, does that then become available at the building level?
Absolutely. So there are many times where school leaders will reach out and say, hey, this is something we want in our building. Is it something that the Office of Teaching and Learning can purchase? And if we have the funding available, and specifically if the needs of the school meet the grant requirements that we're accessing, then we'll certainly support schools with their needs. And I think also wanting to point out that Lincoln and FRR are Title I schools. And so there's particular funding that they specifically have access to.
Okay, thank you. Helen.
Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for all your presentations. They were terrific. I have 2 questions. Well, 1 question and 1 statement. I'm curious, I don't know what Lexia is. Could you explain that?
So Lexia, it's all good. Lexia is an online literacy program that is a mix of both progress monitoring as well as instruction. And so there's been a lot of conversation about how schools use that tool, whether they use it as a tier 1 support or whether it's used as an intervention. And so I know through my work with CST leaders, the thought is really using it as a tier 1 versus an intervention, but it kind of does double duty, and it does a little bit of both, where there's some assessment in the tool and then instruction that is instruction for the student that is based on the assessment results.
And so one of the things that's really nice about Lexia is it's crafted to the needs of each student. It can kind of work in real time, given it's a computer-based program.
That's great. Thank you. And the second one was a comment to Jamie. Your fourth goal, I'm cautiously optimistic you'll have that for 4 years or so.
Thank you, Helen.
Thank you all.
Other questions or comments? Okay, I'm not seeing any. That doesn't mean that we're not interested in having longer conversations. It means that you did a really good job, but we need to process some more all that information that you gave us. So we do appreciate that. And we do look forward to visits to the schools. I mean, we've not had them because of the pandemic, but hopefully we'll get those going again. And we can have a deeper conversation per school for your school improvement plans. Not to change them, but to understand them so that we have a better sense of how we can support you and certainly how the budget can support you. I personally like the idea of having some money at the building level that you can do what you need to do at your schools. And so that's something I've been committed to for years. It's not quite happened, but we'll see where that goes. Nor have I had this conversation, I don't think, with Dr. Guillory, in all fairness, so we need to touch base on that. Okay, you are welcome to stay as long as you want, but you are certainly welcome to go and enjoy the rest of your evening. We certainly appreciate that you gave us this time this evening, and thank you for a job well done. Thank you for the work you do every day, for sure, for sure. We're going to move on now to the special ed program review. This is a preliminary report, I believe, Casey, right? I just want to remind our committee members and our audience that this is a program review. It's not about personnel or any one particular person. It's not a personnel evaluation. It's looking at the program and particular parts of the program, which Casey will share with us. So with that, Casey, I think I'll turn it over to you.
Great. Thank you, Suzanne. I'll wait for Erin to pull up the slides. Great. Thank you, everyone. So before I get started, I just want to let the committee know that the slides that I'm presenting tonight are the updated slides. We put a draft set of slides up a couple of days ago. So if you want updated slides, they are already up on our website. And I know the committee has already does have access to these updated slides. Second, I want to acknowledge the work of the reviewers of this program review, Ms. Chris Brumbach and Ms. Dorsey Yearly. Not only were we lucky enough to have gotten such experienced leaders in the field to come and evaluate our program, but to have completed such an in-depth and comprehensive review, I think really sets us up for some good work ahead. I also want to add that much of what I'm presenting tonight really is directly from the reviewers. You'll notice that this is a report on the program review, part 1. I'll be back once we have our own plans from this review. I know that both school committee and our community at large is really interested in what the findings were from the review. So this is really hot off the press. Again, I will be back once the superintendent and our internal team has really had a chance to go through the report more in depth. I also know that folks want to read the final report, and so the superintendent will release that shortly. And lastly, before I begin, directly from the reviewers is a commendation to the entire special education department. The reviewers write that the special education department of the public schools of Brookline is to be commended for the quality and dedication of their staff and their commitment to the students that they support. They're also to be commended for creating a collaborative culture which provides an effective exchange of ideas, expertise, and support at the building level. I know that I did email the entire special education staff across the district this week, hoping that they will tune in because I want them to know that they are to be celebrated and that they were acknowledged throughout the program review process. Next slide, please, Erin. Suzanne, I know that we are behind on schedule. I will do my best to be efficient, but I do want to cover all of the important information that is on these slides, but I will do my best to be efficient. So I will first talk through the purpose of the program review, which Suzanne, again, you so nicely already did for me. But then the bulk of the presentation tonight really is to go through the report findings, and then the recommendations that, again, I want to highlight are from the reviewers. These are not what OSS has already planned to do. There is still time for that. So I want to make sure that that is clear. Next slide, please. So this past fall, I engaged with a consultant team to complete a program review on our special education program. And what I really wanted to look at were 3 specific areas: what's working and where our growth edges are. Next slide, please. These are the guiding questions that I wanted the reviewers to look at. In my 5 years in PSB, to me, these are the 3 areas that I really wanted answers to. The first one is, to what extent do all students have equal access to both general education and special education programming? The second is, what is the caregiver experience as they go through the IEP process and they work with our school staff? And the third piece is to look at our special education administrative structure, our organizational structure. Is it enough to support programming and supports? And so this is the framing that I gave to the reviewers as they started this process. Next slide, please. So this is the process that they engaged in. A number of interviews. They spoke with dozens of folks, looked at different sources of data, and collected responses from hundreds of folks through surveys. And again, once the final report is released, the details will be there, but this is the slide that includes the process that the reviewers went through. Next slide, please. So we're going to look first at the first guiding question, which is on equitable access. So what I did was that I took qualitative and quantitative data that was collected from the reviewers and nested them under each of these guiding questions. So you'll see some are data points in percentages and some are results from surveys, interviews, and focus groups. So this first section really is about general education. So general educators and special educators were surveyed and also participated in focus groups. What I want to point your attention to is that a majority of folks did comment on special education and general education being pretty siloed in our schools. In addition to that, a majority of folks wanted to see more tiered supports coming from general education to support our at-risk students. At the same time, they also spoke to the supports differing from school to school, which we are aware of, and it informs much of the work that OTL and OSS has been doing, namely working with the CST leaders this year on a monthly basis. This next piece is a data point that the reviewers discovered. On average, our schools complete about 300 initial evaluations every year. These are evaluations for special education, and about 30% of the time, students are not qualifying for special education. I want to give a little data point here that this is about thousands of hours of human power in terms of completing these evaluations.
Casey, can I interrupt just for a quick clarification? Is that 300 across all of the schools or per school?
300 across all of our schools.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, sure. Next slide, please. Another data point, which I'll highlight with a table in a second, is that our eligibility rates vary by school. These are the number or percentages of students who qualify for special education at each of our schools varies. And some of it is varied because, as you know, we do have district-wide programs housed at each of the schools, but the reviewers did not believe that the number of students in the district-wide programs were the only reason for the variability. And I just also want to add to, because initial feedback from the slides, folks did ask where most of the referrals were coming from for special education. And anecdotally, I did ask our educational team facilitators who process all of the referrals that come in, and an overwhelming majority of our referrals for special education evaluation do come from parents and caregivers. Next slide, please. So I want folks to pay particular attention to this slide. This slide highlights what Janae has presented in the past, in that what we want to avoid is predictability when it comes to the trajectory of subsets of our student population. So in this case, we're looking at eligibility for special education and what the reviewers found. This first bullet here I've spoken on before because of our significant disproportionality finding by the state, but Black and African American students are twice as likely to be found eligible for special education. Our Latinx and Hispanic students are almost twice as likely to be found eligible for special education. Our AAPI students are only half as likely, which we know is not reflective of our percentage of students who identify as such in our overall student population. They also found that students of lower SES are twice as likely to be found eligible for special education. What this tells me, and this is to use Janae's term, is that we have inequity by design. And this is very much worth looking into. And this last bullet here is from the surveys and folks speaking with the reviewers that developing and improving robust general ed supports is the focus. So they've recognized that the administration is focusing on it and that they just wanted to underscore that we need to continue to pay attention to this. I should say not pay attention, but to really do something about it. Thank you, Erin. Some other findings here to help us answer the question on whether or not our students with IEPs have equitable access to general education curriculum and general education environment. And so this first piece, what the reviewers found is that as students in special education are making their way through the grades in our schools, they are being pulled out more. So they're being pulled out of the general education classroom and are receiving their special education services in the learning center, which is a more restrictive environment. Most of our students, there's another placement pattern that they identified, is that most of our students, when they go out of district, they're doing so during the middle school grades. Another data point here is that our district does have the lowest percentage of students placed out of district compared to similar communities. And I'll show you a table momentarily. So Erin, next slide, please. So this shows our percentage of students who qualify for special education by school. So folks just want to take a couple seconds and take a look at this. There is great variability here, despite the fact that we do have district-wide programs in the schools that have the asterisks next to them. And what this tells the reviewers and is highlighted in the final report is that we need clearer eligibility determination procedures. Next slide, please. These are placement patterns by grade. And so what we're looking at here are full inclusion percentages, partial inclusion, and then substantially separate by grade. So if you look here, you can almost draw a downward trend line as students make their way through the grades. We're seeing fewer percentages of those in full inclusion. Thank you, Erin. And this table here looks at the number of students who, at the grade in which they were when they went out of district. What you'll see here too for folks is that the total number of out of district students is actually lower than what our actual number is. And that's because these 59 students are students who have been traditionally placed out of district, which means that the IEP team recommended that the student would be better served in an out-of-district program, which means it does not include students who came into the district with an out-of-district placement in their IEP, which legally we have to honor, or those under settlement agreements. Next slide, please. This shows where Brookline stands compared to similar districts in terms of our inclusion rates and our out-of-district rates. The information on this slide really is kudos from our reviewers. That's indicative of the work that has been done and continues to be done, again, by our incredibly skilled and dedicated staff. Next slide, please. So this next section, I'm going to talk a bit about guiding question number 2, which is the experience of families as they go through the IEP process and what their collaboration looks like with with our schools. So the information on this slide comes again from surveys and focus groups. In terms of parent satisfaction, a majority of parents and caregivers felt that their role in IEP meetings and the nature of the communication with school staff was positive. The next data point, about half felt that communication about progress was frequent enough to be helpful, which is a flag for me from the reviewers and to my team. And then just a little bit more than half were satisfied with the quantity of the services. This last bullet here, folks noted that their ETFs, educational team facilitators, are typically the caregiver's go-to person with questions. The reviewers recognize that the ETFs are holders of information that are specific to that school's special education programming and staffing. Outside of the IEP process and IEP meetings, changes to programming and staffing really do require administrative follow-up because our ETFs are not administrators. And so those questions go to our principals and our directors of special education, which does take time and collaboration among those two groups. And parents and caregivers really should be able to interact directly with the people who have the authority to make decisions about programming and staffing. I'll skip to the last bullet here. Again, just trying to be efficient here. The last bullet here relating to the Bureau of Special Education Appeals tells me that we do have a very engaged community, and we know that. It also tells me that it's a lot of work because when IEPs are rejected, there's a lot of follow-up with families, both from school-based staff and our special education directors to resolve disputes and address the concerns that lead to the rejections. I do want to tie up quickly, again, trying to be efficient, but there is a lot of important information here. There is a level of mistrust that was discovered in the program review by the reviewers based on what was reported. There was reported a lack of transparency and responsiveness in our system, and this was reported by our parents and caregivers. And the reviewers found that as a result of that, parents did seek other means by way of either engaging with advocates and or filing formal complaints. Next slide, please. The reviewers also had access to the number and types of complaints that the district has received, and they did acknowledge that the number is unusually high and offered that, yes, there may be issues with noncompliance, but also suggested that the current administrative structure might be a contributing factor to the district's high number of complaints. So next, I will talk a bit about the final guiding question, which is to what extent does our current special ed administrative organizational structure support programming and supports? Thank you, Erin. So this slide here isn't looking directly at the structure, but it highlights what the needs were that came up during the review process from both parents and staff. The identified needs here is transparency in communication and decision-making between building level and central office administration. Folks who responded to the surveys did acknowledge that the job of a director of special education is pretty broad. But I also read this as a connection to the other piece where folks identified that the special education and general education remains siloed. The next piece here is that we're limited in our building-based special ed administrative presence in addition to the silo. So yes, we do have school-based administrators every day on site by way of vice principals and principals, but we do not have special education administrators on site every day at each of our schools. For parents and caregivers, identified needs include a better understanding of the IEP process as a whole. Parents and caregivers expressed more consistent and evidence-based approach to early literacy across the district, and that speaks really more to gen ed supports, as does this next piece, which is more supports for students with emotional and behavioral needs. The second to last bullet here, again, is calling out the need for improved gen ed tiered systems of supports, which is what we're hearing also from CST leaders in the work that Leslie and I are doing with them. Recognition that the district an agreement with the district's current focus on equity and inclusion, but that we're not talking enough about students with disabilities when we talk about equity and inclusion, which Faith Dantowitz, did highlight during her public comment. So I want to offer the committee a historical look of the administrative structure for special education. This doesn't include other administrators from OSS, such as guidance and nursing. So I just want to make sure folks know that it's strictly special education. It also doesn't include support staff, such as our office manager, Linda Kirby, or finance manager, Mike D'Onofrio. So in 2015, my position was that of an assistant superintendent. Under this person, there were 3 special education directors and an out-of-district coordinator. And for folks who don't know, the out-of-district coordinator is a Unit B position, and the others are unaligned. In 2016, a position was created called the Special Education Administrator for Specialized Programming. This position really oversaw the RISE program in the district. The model continued until 2019, when the decision was made to include the Adaptive Learning Center, the ALC program, which is located at Lincoln as well, given the overlap in student profiles and needs and program components. In 2020, one of our pre-K to 8 directors retired, and it was decided that the position would not be filled because of budget deficits. And so instead, the special education administrator at the time who oversaw the RISE and ALC programs, this is Melissa Devine, moved into the pre-K to 8 director of special education position. And for the 2020 school year, we had 2 directors who also split the RISE and ALC workload. So reviewers also, in looking at the guiding question, asked specifically whether the current administrative structure was enough to support programming. They said that districts similar to Brookline have models that were actually similar to what we have at the high school and not at our K to 8 level. So some districts combine the ETF role with a building-based department head role, providing part-time admin in every school. And this allowed them to supervise staff and oversee programming in those schools. Other districts also have special administrators assigned by level to multiple buildings. But because most districts are configured as K to 5s in middle schools, they actually have way more administrative positions for a similar number of students in comparable districts. Next slide, please, Erin. It's the, go back one more slide. Yeah. Okay. So this slide is actually not from, it's not information from the program review, but I thought that it would be helpful for the committee to see our enrollment numbers by year since 2015. You'll see here that the percentage of students in special ed has remained pretty consistent, despite the fact that our overall enrollment numbers have shifted over the past few years. You can go to the next slide now. Thanks, Erin. So this slide is really the framework that the reviewers used that I wanted to share with the committee. They use this to analyze our administrative structure, focusing on these 4 broad functions of special education leadership. What is at the bottom here notes that based on survey and interview responses, our current model does have challenges in each of these 4 areas, despite the fact, and again, this is what both caregivers and staff have identified, that we do have very talented individuals in these roles. And it's important to me to express to the committee and to the community know that it's, again, in our 2 pre-K to 8 directors of special education, this is Nadine Mall and Samantha Bracey, that it is that their talent and dedication and expertise were recognized in surveys and focus areas. It is not about the people doing the job. They got the recognition that they are professionals and they are experts. It's that we don't have enough of them is what folks are reporting. Having done the director position myself, I can tell you it's a tough job. Being in special education is hard in itself, and especially in a community like Brookline, where folks are very active. Our evaluation numbers show that, our rejected IEP activity show that. I've gone in front of CPAC before, and I think probably in front of school with committee before, and said that discourse at the IEP table at meetings, I think is wonderful, because the more we can talk about students, the better, but it does take time and it takes human power. Next slide, please. Under the collaborative leadership umbrella, which looks at supporting gen ed and special ed, and inclusive practice, respondents and interviewees communicated a need for a shared vision. Again, this gets back to the finding that folks said that gen ed and special ed is still siloed. The reviewer similarly reported a need for similar collaboration between principals and special education directors. So how do we better model shared ownership of different learners? This last bullet here calls out the need for explicit expectations district-wide. How are we finding students eligible for special education? Again, thinking back to earlier in the presentation on that table that showed the varied eligibility rates at each of our schools. There was also a need for more definition specific to entrance and exit criteria for our district-wide program. I mentioned this earlier, but it's worth repeating a call for a system of tiered supports in general education, an implementation of literacy supports for our at-risk readers. The reviewers also, you can stay there too, Erin, if you want. Just a last note, the reviewers also reported that there's a variance in eligibility rate for special ed, might also be explained by district-wide programs in certain schools, but it seems that the variations are great enough to support the possibility that the eligibility decision-making process itself, the variation in the decision-making process is something of note. This slide here highlights what our educators are asking for in terms of professional development. They want opportunities for effective PD. And years ago, there were monthly PD opportunities for the special education department, which I would like to bring back for next year. General educators themselves are reporting the need for more PD as well for at-risk learners. So all types of learners, not just for students who are in special education. Paraprofessional training and supervision was also called out as a need, as well as consistent onboarding and training for special education staff. Technical leadership looks mostly at supervision and monitoring of compliance. In 2020, the district completed DESI's compliance monitoring program called the Tiered Focus Monitoring Review, or TFM. And for those of you who have been in the district a while, as a school committee member, you may remember this process referred to as a coordinated program review, or the CPR. It's on a 6-year cycle with a mid-year review, which for us begins this year. The reviewers did call out the, I do want to say to the second bullet here, the number of complaints to the state. Their program is called the Problem Resolution System, PRS, and the Office of Civil Rights, noting that each complaint does require time and effort to respond to. Next slide, please. This next slide is my addition, because I want to show the committee what else is on our plates as it relates to technical leadership. I mentioned the mid-cycle review as part of the TFM. There's continued implementation of the action plan as it relates to significant disproportionality as well. And recently we were notified by DESI that PSB falls under the needs assistant category in the areas that are listed below here. And when I did in my tenure, I should also say that we'd always fallen into the meets requirement category. So this is new since I've taken this position. And when I took a deeper dive into where the change was, it was in our PRS findings and the significant disproportionality designation. I did just receive an email from DESI to say that there will be follow-up coming soon from the department on what our required activities are that we'll be engaging in. I suspect that much of what we are already doing to address significant disproportionality qualifies, but I'll report more once I know more in terms of what the district is required to do. Two more pieces here of information directly from the reviewers. First is that it is their opinion that the current administrative structure of 2 directors of special education responsible for pre-K to 8 is not sufficient to provide adequate building-based special education administrative presence. Building-based staff are appreciative of the expertise of district administrators, but feel that their limited availability has resulted in a sense that the communication between them and central office administration is not timely, and the decision-making is either not transparent or that it's top-down. I'll move next into reviewer recommendations over the next 2 slides. Again, these are recommendations that came directly from the program review, which we will consider with the superintendent and the team as part of the overall strategic planning process. I'll just give folks a few seconds to take a look at these. And again, these are in your packets, so I won't read them word for word, and then they're also on our PSB website, so folks can access them now if they haven't already. Next slide, please, Erin. Next slide, Erin, please. In terms of next steps coming out of OSS, in particular, special education, will obviously be dissecting the final report with the different groups. We'll be engaging with staff and the community, in particular with CPAC. And then we'll begin planning out the work, communicating that as we go and prioritizing it as part of our ongoing strategic planning process. There are some things that I think we can get done before the school year ends. And then, of course, looking into next year, there'll be a bulk of the work that will be done then. And lastly, I want to leave you with a poem that I found particularly poignant and relevant. Those of you who are not familiar with Clint Smith, I highly encourage you to read his work. He recently completed his doctorate at Harvard, and he wrote this poem from an experience that he had one night when he was with his friends trying to hail a cab. When the first cab passes you, wonder if you've been rendered an autumn tree, derelict, monument amid the white noise of Massachusetts Avenue. When the second cab passes you, pull off your hood and hat, even though the ice is fresh. You don't want to be mistaken for a shadow, a threat. When the third cab passes you, pull out your Ivy League ID and wave it in your hand, like the curb was a desert island. When the fourth cab passes you, think of fifth grade, Mrs. Capperson, holding all the boys in for recess to tell us if we don't get tattoos, grow out our hair, pierce our ears, or sag our pants, everything will be all right. When the fifth cab passes you, know everything is not all right. When the sixth cab passes you, imagine yourself a puddle existing as both transparency and filth, something that won't be there by the afternoon. When the seventh cab passes you, remember when Grandma said this is how long it took the good Lord to build the world. Thank you, Erin.
Wow, thank you, Casey. Okay, so there was a lot there. I can hear Jennifer saying that already. Takes a while to process. What are initial thoughts or comments? Val?
Thank you, Casey. I know you're going to be coming back a couple of times on this and presenting the full report or giving us access to the full report. So I'll try to contain it. First, I just wanted to echo what was called out, I think, by you previously in other meetings, but also by the reviewers, which is both disability not being recognized sufficiently with the equity work that we're doing, but then also dovetailing with the intersectionality with race, ethnicity, and socioeconomic status, both either disproportionately bringing folks into special ed or perhaps being underrepresented in special ed. Couple of questions I had. You talked about the IP rejection, so maybe I'll hold off on that until I look at the whole report. But on the more restrictive piece in middle school, including the greatest number of out-of-district placements happening in middle school, does that track with other communities or peer communities? Is that unique to Brookline? And then I looked and it looked like ASD and emotional as the primary educational were the two that, and so that just struck me as something that, ASD is something that we're not usually diagnosing initially or figuring out initially in middle school. So I was curious about that.
Yeah, appreciate the questions. And so first, students going out of district during the middle school grades is not specific or not unique to Brookline. It's a trend. And in fact, when I presented this as a test run to the senior staff on Tuesday, Sam had said that in his experience, Sam Rippin, not Sam Bracey, said that he had seen this in the other communities that he had worked in. And I appreciate you picking up on the two prevalent disability categories for the middle school students that are going out, and what the reviewers called for potentially is looking into what our supports look like for students living with ASD, students with emotional impairments in middle school, and what about our district-wide programs in particular are not serving those profiles.
And then, sorry, I think I only had one more question for. Actually, I'll let someone else go. You can come back to me.
Okay.
Thanks.
David.
Thank you, Casey, for this presentation. I found it very helpful. One theme that came up repeatedly was the lack of building level administration. And I'm wondering whether that is a resource issue. It probably is a financial issue. If money were no object, it obviously is. What would you envision as sort of perhaps the ideal way for addressing that? Would there be an administrator in each school?
Yeah, there would be a special education administrator at each school, either by elevating the ETFs to a Unit B level or adding additional folks there. So either assistant directors of special education. I know in Newton, I don't know if it's just in their middle schools or if it's also in their elementary schools, but they have assistant principals or vice principals focused specifically on student supports or special education.
So Casey, could you walk through me? Let's say I'm a parent that wants to I'm concerned about my child's learning challenges. Do I start with the teacher, the classroom teacher, and I express my concerns as a guardian, and then where does it go from there? So let's say the teacher says, yeah, I have some concerns too.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, typically it goes to CST.
Okay.
And that's when they engage through the process of looking at the what's been done. They make recommendations for what can be done. So these are interventions. And I can't remember if this was at curriculum or full committee where Leslie and I presented on what CST leaders are asking for, which is they themselves and classroom teachers want to see more tools in their toolbox. So more interventions, more training on how to address different types of learners, different issues that they're seeing in their classrooms.
And who are the CST leaders? Who are they?
Yeah, you mean what roles?
Well, no, I mean, are they general ed teachers who take this on as extras?
It is a stipended position and it runs the gamut. We have SLP, speech and language pathologists, school psychologists, general ed teachers, special ed teachers. It really depends at each school.
And then do I come back to this group meeting and see how the interventions are doing?
Mm-hmm.
And then if they're not going as well as we'd like, we can make a referral to the ETF.
Correct. So if students are not responding to the interventions, then you would then look to see if perhaps it's a disability that's getting in the way of the student progressing.
And do we have an ETF in every school full-time or not?
We do have an ETF at each school. BEEP we have 3 ETFs who split all of the BEEP sites.
Okay.
One though focuses specifically on intakes because we have so many students coming into us through early intervention. So really it's 2 ETFs, and then some of our schools with larger numbers like Runkle and FRR, we have 1.5. And I would say that 0.5 position is difficult.
Yeah, okay. And then, so then if they are placed, well, then you develop the IEP if they're found to be eligible. And then we're still having, what was that rate? A 30% rate rejection?
It's a 30% rate of a finding of no special needs. So that means
Oh, okay. So they're okay.
Yeah. So I think you're connecting all of the dots. So because we're not yet at a place where we have a tiered system of supports, in other words, our general educators have enough tools in their toolbox to address all the different types or many of the different types of challenges that the students are experiencing. I think that we're seeing more referrals for special education because that is a way to get services.
But the interventionist, like a literacy interventionist, a coach or a math interventionist, that's considered general ed. That's not, right? That's not through IEP.
That's correct. Yep, that's a general ed intervention.
So they would probably have more tools in the toolbox than the general ed teacher might have. Or
Yeah.
Right.
Yes, presumably they are the experts in those areas. Yeah. But that was the 30% is that, and which is a high number. 30% of the kids who are being referred for special education are found to not have disabilities.
Right. What's a high number? That's a lot of work. Okay, I have more questions, but I'll let others go because I see Mariah, Val, Andy, and then Jennifer. So Mariah, go right ahead.
Thanks. First off, I want to +1 what Val said earlier about looking at the numbers, the disproportionate intersectionality numbers around Latinx students, Black and African American students, and Asian students being the opposite issue, and lower SES students. And I want to flag that, at least as I read those recommendations, and I know you're going to give us a deeper dive, I don't feel like those recommendations have explicitly addressed what I think is a really big issue in the findings. And so how the district is going to deal with that, and what does it mean that the evaluator didn't do that? Or maybe it's in there and you're going to tease it out because we haven't seen the report yet, but just in the way that they wrote them in the specific language, it doesn't feel like that was a recommendation to me. So putting that out there. And then this broader question of responsiveness and trust, right? And how, and it ties into what you were just talking about, Suzanne, about people, the 30% of people who are referring to special education, and part of it is, right, because their kids aren't being supported in what's going on in gen ed, and so they're feeling like there's a gap, and then they requested an evaluation, and then the testing shows that they are, the testing determines that they are not eligible. And yet, so then the kid does not have special education services and continues not to be supported. And what happens then, right? And so that's not just a special education trust issue, but it's a question of like kids falling through the gaps and how we're failing them, whether it's through, gen ed or special ed or any combination thereof. And families also feeling like, generally lack of responsiveness, that they're not getting answers to why their kid is having these issues. And so it's really acute. And I will say that, like, I think that your issue of building, I don't understand how building-based administrators is necessarily going to support that. And I would need to hear a lot more about how that is the solution to the problem, as opposed to building a greater culture around responsiveness and building a greater culture around you know, not having people feel like they have to be desperate to go to special education evaluation because they're not getting served in general education, and then still feeling like there's a gap there. So that to me is the real work. And I don't know if it's a greater staffing number or if it's a different way of doing the work. And that's that. That's what I have to say.
Yeah, I think you asked a great question. And I think the short answer is it has to be both.
Okay, Val, and then Andy, then Jennifer.
So in terms of the interviews, the surveys, and the focus groups, I was curious what the response rate was of older students and the caregiver community in terms of representation. Was it representative by race, ethnicity, socioeconomic status to that of our special education student population, or was there a was it skewed one way or another in terms of those who responded or participated in one way or another?
I'd have to go back and look at the that piece, or once the report comes out, I think you'll have that info.
Okay, thank you.
Andy?
Yeah, thanks. I have a question about how we should be thinking about that slide that shows placement patterns by grade, right? So what you saw in that bar chart was that as kids advance from kindergarten all the way through 12th grade, like the percentage of students who are in full inclusion goes down over time, and the percentage who are in partial inclusion, and then especially at the high school level, substantially separate programs goes up, right? In the latter case, way up. So is there something kind of age specific that makes that like inevitable or right and proper, or should we actually be aiming at that's the slide I'm talking about. Should we be aiming at a situation where sort of these proportions are more similar across the grade levels?
I can't answer your last question because it really depends on student need, right? But if we're looking at our overall population, ideally, or broadly, I should say, our students in special education, ideally, we're preparing them more and more for inclusion by the time they hit high school.
Right. But whereas it seems from this that at least the need for partial inclusion or substantially separate education is higher at that stage. And I mean, should we be trying to not have that happen, or is that somehow just in the nature of, you know, the way the demands that are made in a high school compared to in a K-5?
Yeah, I think what we need to aim for is to reverse this trend. I have some ideas about how this needs to happen, but it does involve general educators and special educators.
Okay. Yeah, so this is something that you think can and should be reversed, what we see on this slide here.
It does, because what this tells me is that we're not preparing our kids for high school, and we're not preparing them, or as well as we could be, I should say, and that we're not preparing them to take higher level courses. Where there is an expectation the students are in higher level classes are more independent.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful, just so that I know I'm thinking about this in the right way.
Yep.
Jennifer, then Stephen.
I have a separate comment actually that goes back a few comments, but just tagging on to what Andy and Casey were just talking about. I think I'm a little confused now. I think that I heard agreement that trend. At first, we were saying that I didn't understand if there's a jump downward. If we're preparing students as we go through K-8, I don't think we should see that downward trend in the 9 through 12. But then I think I heard Casey saying that we should try to reverse that trend. But I don't know that that's just, when looking at the data, it didn't just seem that it was higher level classes. It seemed like it was different types of program placement. Some sub-separate programs, like different amounts of inclusion. So it's not just levels of classes, it was different types of programs. So I'd like for us to talk about that a little bit more in depth and think about that and a little bit deeper when we get down the line a little bit more and we have the full report. Didn't seem to me that those numbers were just numbers of kids who maybe were taking honors versus.
It's not.
Right.
Yeah, this is based, so they took this information from the students' grids. On IEPs, how the state calculates full inclusion, partial inclusion, and substantially separate is the number of minutes in your IEP grid of services. So they look at the minutes that are in general education, and they look at the number of minutes that are outside of general education. And if it hits a certain percentage, it falls into a certain category. So that's what that's measuring. And so as the kids are making their way through the grades, they're being pulled out of the B grid, which is push-in services, and their C grid minutes are increasing. So they're in learning center more, and they're out of general ed more.
Okay. So that might be a push towards more co-taught and less LC. Okay.
I don't know if it's co-taught. I don't know if that's necessarily the answer, but our kids need exposure, engagement with general ed curriculum with the state standards.
Okay, cool. But that's a longer, different conversation. I just was trying to understand where we were at. I wanted to make sure I had clarity on that. The other thing, I'm glad that the report highlighted what I think that I've heard in conversations in school committee before. One piece that I've heard a lot of tonight, which is, strengthening our CST teams and our process and, our tier 1 interventions. But I also think the part, and I think several other committee members have mentioned this, that really struck me the most was the fact that several groups of students are twice as likely to become eligible. So I think that it's two pieces, that we want to strengthen our tier 1, but also there's something in our eligibility process. And I do think the report highlights that, but I look forward to hearing more about sort of that eligibility. There's something in our process that 30% of kids become not eligible. And then there's this whole other group of kids that are twice as likely to become eligible. So there's a lot to dissect here. So I look forward to hearing a little bit more, having a little deeper conversation once everybody's had time to process the information and think more deeply about a plan. I look forward to talking more about it.
Yeah, thank you for bringing that up.
Stephen, and then maybe Helen. Yeah, Stephen, then Helen.
Thanks, Suzanne. First, just want to say again, this is to Dr. Guillory as well as to you, Casey. Just thanks again for yet another moment of transparency by this administration. I think people have been looking for a fresh reckoning with what services we're providing in special education for quite some time. And this is the most comprehensive effort I've seen in not such a long time that I've been observing, but in like the past 4 years, certainly there's never been anything to this level of trying to hold the district accountable. So I just want to thank you for that, first of all. Okay, I have a question and then I have a follow-up, and it's going to be for Sam. So I just want to get you prepped for that, Sam. So in your report, you found considerably inequitable access. You found mixed satisfaction from families of children with special needs. What I want to know is, are we finally looking to solve persistent problems that the district has long faced, or are we looking at a new and or worsening situation? The reason I'm asking is because in looking to whether we want to propose additional administrative personnel or a culture shift, it would help to know whether we had it right at some point, or whether we're facing a situation that's trending in one or another direction. I don't know if you would know this, Casey. Maybe Suzanne or Helen, maybe you would have some insight on this.
Yeah, I mean, I do want to add, so these are the right problems to be fixing in special education, not just in Brookline, but some of these are just national trends. But at the same time, I do want to add, and I don't know which data pieces, but the reviewers, when they requested data, it was the last 5 years.
So, but when it comes to the questions you were asking, like about the attitudes of families of children with special education, have we asked that kind of question before in the district? Do we have more longitudinal data to determine as to whether we have a trend going up or down?
Yeah, the parent satisfaction piece, I haven't done it in my tenure. I don't know if folks on the committee can speak to that, or even
Susan or Helen, do you know if anything like that's been done?
We've had the review that Casey was referring to, and I assume they spoke with parents then, but I must admit, right now I don't remember.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a good point, Helen. They do that as part of the tiered focus monitoring. The state actually sends out, so the state asks for contact information for all of our caregivers, and then they send out a survey. But I'd have to go back and look to see what that survey rate was.
I would love to know if there's more historical data so I can know which direction we're going in the district. My follow-up question, Sam, is I should probably know the answer to this, but what percentage of our special education budget comes out of circuit breaker?
Well, circuit breaker was budgeted this year for $2.3 million, and our special ed budget, and I've done this work, is approximately 40, well, closer to, yeah, well, at least 30, so about 8 to 10% is what circuit breaker funds out of the total cost.
Okay, thanks, Sam. The reason I'm asking that is it seems to me that the costs of ensuring that we're providing the necessary level of services in special education is either one that we've not been paying or one that we not need to start paying more for. And this is just not the case a generation ago. And when it comes to the town school partnership, this is a generation ago in Brookline, it wasn't the same. So I'm listening to this thinking like, well, it looks like we'll have to spend more money in special education if we're going to bring the district to full compliance and to, fulfilling the human rights of all of the students here. But we're also going into a budget season, which is going to be highly contentious. So I guess I wanted to surface that so that when we think about how to present this to the town, this is part of our narrative. Thanks.
Yeah, Helen?
So a little bit of perspective on the budget. In the past, we used to know how much our special education budget was each year and how many kids were included in that. And so that's a good thing maybe to bring back again so that we know that. We know if it's increased percentage-wise or not. My sense is it's probably the same.
Well, it looked like it was pretty flat from Casey's presentation over the past 7 years. But if we weren't serving the special education population well 7 years ago, then we should have been spending more.
Well, yeah, that's true. I think I was actually interested in that graph that had the amount of kids who were included versus inclusion and the kids who were in substantially separate. And one of the thoughts that I had about that is, you may have one or two kids in each school who might need that substantially separate program, but not enough. And then you get to the high school and then you have a group that such as Winthrop House. We don't have a Winthrop House in the elementary schools. That's 25 kids. I don't know what the N is on those numbers that you were presenting, but that could be a substantial part along with some of the other specialized programs that we have at the high school. So I take that, and I'd like to get more into it to really understand, are we having more kids that are in? Well, yes, we are, but why? And is that the right thing for them? Maybe those kids will benefit more from where they are. It's a question. I don't know the answer.
The students in the specialized programs at the high school, are they on IEPs to get into those programs?
Not all. So you mean like ACE and SWS aren't special ed programs?
I didn't think so. Winthrop House is an IEP.
It is. Yep. It's considered a separate public day school.
Okay, thank you. Val?
So first is a comment just in conversation, and Sam and Mariah, correct me if I'm wrong, but circuit breaker primarily funds out of district placements and transportation, and it has gone up substantially in terms of percentage through the Student Opportunity Act that was recently passed. So we're actually getting more in circuit breaker for that subset of students in special education. And then
Yeah, you're right. Well, circuit breaker is basically fairly unrestricted, except it has to be spent for special education expenses. But in Brookline, we use it solely for out-of-district tuitions. And you're right, the Student Opportunity Act, as well as I want to thank Linda Kirby and Casey for capturing every potential reimbursable dollar. I mentioned this year's budget is 2.3 million out of circuit breaker. Next year's 3.1. And that's why in the budget, although it is going up, we have level funded both special ed transportation and special ed out of district tuition, because those additional dollars to fund it don't have to come out of directly the appropriation. They would be borne by the circuit breaker increase.
And then my question for Casey is, in terms of students who are in out of district placements, is there a trajectory of them coming back in district? And is there a, so it's a little bit going back to what Andy was talking about in terms of that grid, and I'm trying to understand whether some kids come back in high school but they're in substantially separate programs, or, I mean, it's a relatively small number of students, so I don't think it wouldn't add 25%, but I'm just sort of curious on the average length of time in an out of district placement.
Yeah, that's a great question. A majority of students who go out of district stay out of district. We have probably a handful, meaning less than 5, who transition back to the high school.
David?
Getting back to Andy's point with the grid and the trend of more students being in substantially separate programs rather than having increased numbers of inclusion. Is this a trend that we see in other school districts as well? Or does this seem to be unique to Brookline?
You know, I'm not sure about that, but I do want to make sure it's clarified that students are being pulled out of the general education classroom and into learning center more. Not that there's a significant increase into a substantially separate class or program. So it's not like we're taking a full inclusion student or many full inclusion students and putting them in a district-wide program. It's that we're pulling them out more for core academics. I want to make that 100% clear, so that the message isn't that we have many students going into essentially separate programs. Is it unique to Brookline? Unclear.
Can I follow up? Sorry,
if I could just follow up, then I'll let you, Val. Is it impactful that students in high school can receive an educational program until they're 22? So in terms of substantially separate, you would have students with IEPs that go into the age of 22?
Yeah, but those are students with significant, that number isn't very high. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I know it's significant, right? Okay, Val, sorry.
My follow-up on the learning center piece was whether that had to do with MCAS and whether the programs are trying to get students with disabilities to pass the equivalent of 10th grade MCAS so that they could graduate.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure.
Okay.
If it's MCAS driven. I don't get that. That's not any, like, that doesn't resonate with me based on my travels with folks.
Okay, we're going to kind of close this for now because we know you're coming back to us, Casey. We'll look at what you've sent us. We'll study it some more. And then we look forward to hearing part 2. When do you think that might be? Not to put any big pressure on you, but I mean, we're talking April, May?
I really have no idea. I have to go back to the superintendent and the
okay, no pressure. Yep, no pressure. Andy, did you want the last word on this?
Well, I just did want to say that I know there's a lot of public interest, I think, in these findings. So at least I think a subset of the school committee is looking forward to kind of taking some time to digest and then having some conversations with folks in the community, through CPAC and also in other venues. This is not the end of our engagement with this report.
Oh, no. Part one. Could be several parts. Okay, thank you so much, Casey. I know you put a lot of work into that. I appreciate it. I do. And thank you for being with us tonight. We are going to move on because there's much more we could say, but keep notes of what you want to know and talk about. We're going on to the update on the 23 budget. And I have Sam and Mariah down.
I think actually Linus is going to take point on that one.
Linus, you taking it?
I think I got it.
Okay, it's yours.
All right, so tonight we just want to do again another check-in on where we stand with the budget, certainly taking into account the various forms of feedback that we've gotten. So we're going to look at the budget timeline and drivers, enrollment and staffing and impacts and next steps. Some of these things the committee has seen before, so just again to provide broader context, and then some of these reflect some updates with recent numbers. So again, as an overview, you've seen this slide before. We're here sort of, if we look at the timeline from December to July, we're coming up to the end of March. And what we want to highlight is that we're setting a deadline to have the updated version 1.1 of the budget book in hand by at least April 5th. We have an internal deadline sooner than that, but we want to put this deadline out for folks. We've checked in, again, continuously checking in with the town administrator and his team, but we've not received or don't anticipate any updates with the GIC as such. And so right now, our current LEA appropriation still stands as was previously reported, previously shared. Our budget request was informed by, again, certainly the impact of inflation, our contractual obligations, given that, again, salaries are the largest portion of our budget, looking at 95% of our staff being unionized and 66% of that staff is in the teachers unit alone. So a good portion of our operating budget sits in salaries. The appropriation that we received from FY21 to FY22, as you know, was relatively flat. And then there was a strong reliance on the ESSER, or the one-time funds, to maintain, instead of drastically cutting programming in FY22. And so that means that FY23 has this structural deficit baked into it going forward. Looking at our programmatic drivers, we certainly want to, again, highlight, and certainly following the presentation we just had, looking at staffing to support our social emotional needs. So not only Casey's presentation, but I think you also saw quite a bit of this in the reports from the building principals around what the work that they're doing through their school improvement plans, but staffing to support our social emotional needs of our students. And then certainly looking at this cone, what we're calling a cone of uncertainty around our enrollment. No new programming added, no new programming removed for this particular school year, certainly thinking about things for next year. And then again, we're stating the obvious here, but it's good to contextualize for folks that are not as close to the school community, that we're still very much actively in the fact-finding mode. And I think, again, the presentations that we've had tonight highlight that. Our preliminary findings first presented in March, and now we are looking at some select immediate needs that are also being surfaced here. Let me move you all on my screen again. Our budget drivers quantified. The 2022 appropriation was 121,066,547. When we looked at what we were thinking, what we are thinking for next year, as well as looking into the strategic planning process, there was an additional $1 million request. The inflation at 5% on non-personnel is just shy of 800,000. The structural deficit that is to be funded in FY23 includes $3 million of ask. The collective bargaining turnover, our savings there maybe is projected at $500,000, and then our collective bargaining, just moving everyone up on steps and lanes, is coming in at $5.2 million for a total preliminary request of $130,619,874. As we look at enrollment, again, I think you all saw this at one of the subcommittee meetings, but what we want to do is look at the trend line where we were back in the 15-16 school year up to our highest point at 7,855. And then pandemic year, we saw the precipitous drop in enrollment. And this year, we're starting to see some bounce back. And so when we start thinking about where we look for 2023, this school year, our low number, if we just use our rolling everyone forward methodology, we get a low number of 7,016 students. If we look at a mid-range, so averaging these two numbers, are averaging 3 enrollment indicators there, we're coming up about 7,200, which I think is, if we continue following this trend line, I think we're up right now approximately 100 students of where we were from October 1 to where we are present day. And again, the Cropper number was a report that was done, and certainly part of that report says it's valid unless there's a significant event that impacts its validity, and certainly the pandemic, I think, did that, but we have it as a point in reference in time. So single point, our low number, we're thinking 7,016 students, which represents 90% of our pre-pandemic enrollment. 7,200 represents 93%, and then wild card number, which we don't think we're targeting towards, would be the 79, right at 8,000 students. As we look at our staffing patterns, the goal again was to continue providing post-pandemic or endemic support and recovery. We want to certainly accommodate for our enrollment uncertainty. It's certainly hard to predict in such a volatile environment where our enrollment will land. And that's not us being coy about it. I mean, I think it's just recognizing the facts that so much is happening in and around the greater Brookline area, but also around the world. And so we just don't know what enrollment will mean for us for next year. And so we're trying to be as conservative as possible, but also realistic with a number of projects that are also happening within the town in terms of housing. And we also want to make sure that our educational experience that we're providing is aligned to our core values. So when we think about staffing for next year, our guidelines of looking at no more than 22 students in grades K through 2, and in grades 3 through 8, no more than 25 students. And there's a possibility, depending on where we land in our sectioning there, that may exceed. Our pre-pandemic classes were 19, an average of 19 per class, and we're seeing some of those now tick up towards 21. So the goal for FY22 was 19 students in the K-8 sections, and it's 18, 19, and for FY23, our goal is to have an average of 20 students in the K-8 sections. So again, the pandemic support and recovery that's needed. You all have heard me use the term COVID bubble before, I think, in public setting, in the settings. And so that means that our students that were whose education was interrupted by COVID are certainly traveling through the systems. And so they're through our system, and they'll have a longer shelf life, if you will, are moving through the system. So our seniors, they're moving out, but those that were in pre-K are in BEEP and K, they're going to be in our system for a much longer length of time, which means we have more time to do greater recovery for those groups of students. And so we need to keep that in mind. We certainly looked back in October around our MCAS achievement level gaps that increased in almost all of our subgroups. So our students of color, our students with disabilities, our language learners, and our economically disadvantaged. And then overall, we saw or experienced a dip. And again, we recognize the awesome work that educators did to maintain and support our students, but we also recognize that that experience was not realized for all students in terms of their academic performance. So the disproportionate impacts of COVID are showing up. And again, we've heard countless times and see the survey data around our mental health needs and concerns. So when we look at our, let's see what our title here is, our 23 enrollment projection range for pre-K through 12. We're looking at, so if we're thinking about 246 sections in the mid-range, that allows an average of 19.4 students, or I would roll it up to 20. So that's going to be a mid-range of 16 to 23 students. But when we look at what 246 sections at this level, it allows us to manage our risks. So thinking about enrollment uncertainty there, and then certainly the requirement that we support and accept all students that enroll, that move to Brookline. We're required by state law, of course, to accept them. We've certainly talked about pandemic recovery. And then at this point, our adjustments have been primarily through attrition. We believe that we can accommodate this without staff being impacted by job loss. When we start getting into, when we look at the feedback that we received about aligning the K-8 staffing with enrollment projections, and we recognize the need to do that by removing, I think, an additional 10 staff is what this is referring to, or going down to 237 sections. We get, again, an average of around 20, and that puts us in the range of 18 to 25 students in those various sections. This is now getting into the point where we will have staffing impacts. So this means or translates to individuals, we're getting in the territory of individuals losing jobs. And so we are now crossing the bar. So when we again look at the preliminary budget request of $130,619,874, the partial deferral of identified PSB needs at $420,000. The first set of FTE adjustments that we saw was reported last time with the 14 FTE comes to $1,050,000. We said we could relinquish the portions that we were adding to the financial services and the legal services at $200,000. Sam was doing another cross-check of a science material request that was in at $100,000, and this will not impact our science materials or science program, reducing that $100,000 back out. And now at this point of adjusting additional 10 FTE out of the K-8 sector at $75,000 per staff member. That now gets us into a new budget request of $128,098,833. And again, the impact here is we're getting tighter on our ability to handle a surge. If there's a strong surge back in enrollment, there's a reduced, certainly the reduced capacity for pandemic recovery, which means that more students are in classes, but then also potentially less service providers to care for them. And then at this point, as I stated earlier, adjustments, these adjustments or these reductions, let's call them what they are, cannot be managed solely by attrition. So at this point, we're getting in the territory of staff members losing jobs. This now puts us at a 3.3 if we're rounding up, still with the $3.3 million budget gap. Our next steps here, I think for the sake of this conversation, is to recognize that we believe that our non-personnel reductions have been exhausted. Closing a current gap at 3.3 million in terms of staff, that translates to an additional 44 educators or 44 individuals within our organization. So that's 44 in addition to the 24 that have already been identified. So now that's in total, if we're talking about, the entire range right now of our budget gap, that's an additional 44 educators. So that puts us in the range of approximately 68 staff members. I think at this point, I'm standing pretty confidently. Again, we'll continue to look for efficiencies, but I think where we stand right now at 128,098 and change is as far as I'm willing to go at this point. I think I would welcome the committee's thoughts in terms of, we'll continue our advocacy points, ask the committee to continue doing that. I'm staying in communication with Mel and Melissa on the town side, Sam and I, in terms of what might be the next steps there. But again, at this point, the impact of further cuts would be a severe inability to manage our K-8 enrollment. Classes will be starting pretty much full, which means that we'll be moving students not necessarily within their designated school zone. We'd just be looking for open seats as folks come in. Certainly the class sizes would jump up higher. We would have to then start looking at eliminating programming at our K-8 schools, as well as potentially the high school. And then certainly, again, the reduced capacity for pandemic. And again, a large scale reduction in force at this point cannot be managed solely by attrition. So there are the upcoming dates, the presentation to the select board. We'll be talking with them, I think it's Tuesday night. And we have advisory meetings on the 31st and on April 5th. And then our present understanding is that the select board will be voting on the ARPA funds on the 19th, and the House votes on funding. We believe that will happen in mid-April. Mariah, I didn't give you an opportunity to share what the school subcommittee of advisory shared the other night.
Thanks, Linus. And thank you for the sobering presentation. I'll just give a quick update to complement your last slide on where things are at with advisory. As you said, the school subcommittee, we met with them last week and then last night, and they took a vote last night, and I'm going to read it The vote was this is on for the PSB budget, and the vote was a minimum of the town school partnership allocation, which is currently 124.8 million, plus some combination of 1, ARPA funds for buying versus leasing certain equipment, 2, deferring OPEBs or other discrete funding from the waterfall, 3, deferring immediate PSB needs in advance of PSB FY 24 to 28 strategic plan, 4, examining further classroom reductions past the 12 already proposed, 5, use of some ARPA funds for operating expenses. So essentially, I appreciate that language is pretty dense, but they essentially said the town school partnership plus explore one of the, essentially all of the other levers, explore the other levers that could be considered for school funding. And this goes to full advisory next week. I don't know. I don't think any of us know to what extent they will consider the school subcommittee recommendation versus make their own replacement recommendation. So certainly that's a significant challenge as well. And then the other thing I wanted to mention, which you had on your slide, was the mention of the state budget. And there has been some discussion, and I think we got some information about possible advocacy from multiple municipalities through the Mass Municipal Association to the legislature to increase local aid because of widespread challenges that are going beyond Brookline. But we don't have any information right now about what that might look like. And as you said, that would not be until about a month from now that we would hear more information. So Linus, just to clarify, at this point, you're looking to turn it up over for discussion by the committee about what they've heard and sense of.
That is correct.
And it's my understanding, Sam, that you did submit to the select board applications for ARP money. Is that?
To the ARP subcommittee, well, through the select board, yes, for both the operating at the $4.1 million gap, as well as CIP items that were not funded under capital, totaling, I think, in the high $30 million. The items there were the renovation of the Baldwin, the deferred maintenance, 3 playgrounds, HVAC, and the facilities master plan update were also submitted under consideration for ARP funding.
What do we need tonight, Mariah or Linus? What is it that we hope to say tonight?
If I could, I mean, I think we need to support Linus in going to the select board and making our case for why we need more funding and trying to find all the levers as Mariah was talking about. The state, we certainly can, and maybe we do send a letter to our, I mean, that might be one thing we could do, at least to our delegation, saying this is critical right now. We need more money. The state is in fairly good shape. Now, if you're going to give it to us now, type of thing. Those are my thoughts.
I mean, I want to just add on to what Helen said. I think that this is the point that this is sort of a pivotal moment right now. And what Helen just said is accurate, which is the staff has done the work to, they presented the preliminary budget and they've responded to, they've adjusted where they could, they've responded to feedback. And you see what happens, when you go below 128 million, the kind of impacts that we're talking about on the district. And I think at this point, I'm not saying what the committee should do, but this is my feeling of what I will be doing, and I hope other members will be joining me, is we need to have the select board advocate to the select board and make sure that we are sharing, that we are all clear on that what is going on here, and that the community also understands, because this is about the community and the quality of education that will be in place.
Right, I mean, I think that this, our school committee has like 2 or 3 responsibilities. And one is to get the budget for the superintendent so he can do the work that we want him to do. We've talked a lot about equity work and the work we need to do in our schools, the work we need to do at central office. And that work cannot be done if we don't have the budget.
And don't leave out the special education funding.
Right, and well, all of that. I mean, the programs that we have are dependent on our budget. There's no doubt about it. So,
and we heard these amazing school improvement plans. There's so much amazing stuff happening, and how that work will come forward in that sort of austerity scenario it's hard to imagine that we will be successful like that. Go ahead, Linus. Sorry.
I was going to say, and I wrote notes to myself, but I wasn't looking at them as I was speaking. But also to contextualize, we heard the special education report tonight, but also recognize that we're also engaging in a middle grades review also. So there are a number of things that the district has requests to happen, and we are starting up those processes as well. And so while we don't have the findings or the results on all of those as of yet, that's, potential impacts for us that are unknown to us also right now.
I just ask a clarifying question on a couple of the efficiencies to make the 128. You went down to 451 on the immediate needs piece. What was cut from that million?
Let me go back to it here.
I think I can probably remember that's the IT staff, the HR analyst, the shared staff. I think there a
The
program
shared
staff.
admin support, that is correct.
That's essentially the things that were, and I'm forgetting one, but the things that were kept were the 11 paras were kept for first grade, the assistant or associate director of ELE, and the
Equity manager.
Those were kept.
Left.
Okay, and then I understood the 12 sections, but what was that N9+1, Linus?
So that was looking at, and again, the feedback that we received about what additional reductions could be made.
Do you mind pulling it back up and maybe I can talk through it, because I think it is a complicated slide and it might be helpful to just kick the numbers around a little bit. If that would be helpful, Val, to have it up on the screen real quick. It is info dense.
Give me a second.
Do you have it? Okay, thanks.
A second.
Let me before it pulls up, let me just contextualize that the feedback received from advisory and some other spots in town government was that was again this ongoing question of not aligning the staffing with enrollment and the sections with enrollment. And so the idea of that slide, what that is displaying is that if you go from what our enrollment was pre-pandemic to our enrollment that we're projecting the mid-level for next year, we're about 87.7% projected for next year at the mid-range. And then the staffing aligns with that. But when we get to it, we'll walk through that.
That's
so
back one.
Go back one.
That's it.
Yep. So if you look, the 4776 that you see in the mid there, as it says 87.7% of pre-pandemic. And so if you apply that same ratio to the number of sections we had pre-pandemic, 237 sections is 87.7% of the number of sections, the 270 sections. Oops. And that makes sense because if you look at the K-8 average per section in 1920 was 20.2 students. And again, if we are focused on the mid-level projection, it's at 20.2 students. So that same ratio holds both from pre-pandemic to the projection for next year.
Thank you.
And then you asked the question about the 9+1. If you want to go to the next one, Linus. So remember, oops, I think one got skipped. Yeah, remember how last week we talked about how we were reducing from 240, was it 258 to 246, but there were 2 specialists going there. So it's 12 plus 2, 12. So it's 12 section, like classroom teachers plus 2 specialists. And then the red that's this week is going from 246 to 237 sections. So that's 9 sections, and then adding in another specialist that would again be reduced as part of that.
Thank you.
So you're saying we would, even to get to the 128, we're reducing it by 21 classrooms? Is that
Yeah.
what you're saying?
Correct.
And basically what this does, if I can, I don't know, I can't see anybody, so I don't know if I can just talk, but what it does, Val, is it takes away any ability for adjustments. Because when you schedule things so tight, it's hard to then bring in somebody new. You don't have the monies for that, for a new section. And so everything becomes it's very hard to do this with human beings. It's easier to do this when there are things that you are either buying or not buying, but it's much more difficult in the type of work that we do in the school department, where everything is dependent on personnel and on students. And they're not widgets, That's what I used to say to the advisory committee. When one of the advisory committee members would say, well, you have this number and you have this number of classrooms, so of course it's going to work. But it's not always that simple. So
I agree, Helen. That's why I wanted to clarify the actual numbers.
No, it's good.
21 sections and 20, whatever it was, 4 individuals is massive. And that's, again, if we start getting international students back in the fall, and you can't get all of that back on a dime.
And just to make sure it's clear, the 24 staff still leaves us with a $3.3 million gap. I just want to be clear that if we're talking about actually closing the gap, as Linus said, that is closer to almost 70 staff to close the gap.
And Helen's point reminded me of something else that I wanted to share, is that all of the important work that we are all very committed to in terms of hiring quality candidates, diversifying our staff, with us being in a holding pattern right now, with a budget uncertain, is that we're essentially in a hiring freeze moment right now, because it's difficult to try to offer someone a position, even though we have vacancies, to say that we can actually bring them on and hold them. So our budgeting process naturally, our hiring season, our optimal hiring season, I'll say it that way, is sort of this February to April timeframe. And with us being unsettled with our budget right now, it's making that process, we basically have a heading alignment clearance right now on positions that are open. And certainly we want to do all that we can to preserve and maintain our existing staff, our staff that are here in the organization. But at this point, as I shared with you, we're in the spot now where we're looking at reducing, potentially impacting at a minimum at least 10 employees at this point.
Stephen, and then, Andy, did you have your hand up?
I did, but my point was addressed.
Okay, Stephen?
Thanks, Suzanne. Two questions. One is, what's the current placeholder for strategic initiatives?
You mean for the
next-
future years? Because that's not in this year. That's not in FY23. That's an out year.
Oh,
Yes.
there's 0 for 23?
There's the placeholder for the emergency things, which is where the paras, the equity manager, and the assistant director for ELE.
No,
And,
I
and
thought
then
that
the
was a placeholder for superintendent strategic initiatives.
and that is for FY24 forwards. It's not for
My God,
next
so
year.
this isn't even for, okay, that's number one. Number two is, so what is our response right now for when we are asked, enrollment has not gone up, enrollment has declined. How are we finding marginal efficiencies with personnel?
My response is that we have now fully aligned our staffing with the pre-pandemic numbers, and that's shown the high school is actually slightly higher than it was pre-pandemic in terms of enrollment, and the K-8 numbers now are exactly what the pre-pandemic numbers are. Linus, do you mind pulling up that backup slide just for the one that shows it, because it refers to Stephen's question about strategic planning placeholder, the one that has the the bar chart, yeah, that one. Do you mind making it bigger? So you all saw a version of this slide last week, which showed that with the previous reductions from last week, it had gone, the budget increase year on year had gone to 3.63. At this point, you can see that with the net reductions that were presented tonight, it's now gone from a year on year increase down to below 3%, which is significantly lower than the previous years. I just want to point that out. The FY24 number, as you can see, jumps back up again, but again, that's because there's in the forecast a placeholder for some of the strategic plan initiatives that would come forward. I just want to show you that because I think that answers some of your questions.
That does. So Mariah, what kind of feedback have we gotten so far? What do we think? I mean, we're going to have to start doing advocacy. What do you think are the next steps?
Well, the select board, we are presenting to the select board on Tuesday night. Public comment, certainly the public can go make public comment to the select board if they would like to comment on what they've heard tonight to the select board to have them hear from the public. I understand that there's going to be a hearing involved with the use of the ARP funds. I think the hearing's for earlier in April. I have to confirm the date. It might be April 5th or 11th. But that the public can have the chance to speak to the select board at that point as well, to the committee that is making decisions about ARP funding. But I think that at this point, it's, again, it is important for the committee to raise awareness in the community of what's going on. And so, how we do that, I think it's important for all of us to talk to our networks and get that word out. The select board, they may or may not understand the impacts. They certainly are not sitting through, I would assume, the full school committee meeting and may not have seen this budget presentation, but we need to share this with the community and make sure that the select board's hearing from people about how they feel about what's been presented tonight.
Thank you, Maria.
Okay, we're going to have to wrap this up, although we don't have it concluded yet, but it is getting late. We have a couple of more items. When does finance meet again, Mariah?
It meets, I think, April 13th for the next, and I do want to actually thank you for mentioning that. I want to say one more thing, which is that I think another topic of conversation, it makes it clear that we're in a struggle this year and there's no expectation the next year will be better. The town side is also struggling. And I think it's appropriate for us to start talking about putting together at finance, discussing and possibly putting together a draft request for the full school committee to vote to request an override for FY24. And this is certainly a conversation, as I said earlier, municipalities are hurting, the town departments and the town side is really hurting too. So this is not just a schools issue, this is really a town-wide issue about finances, and I would expect that we would ultimately, it would not be a PSB only operating override, although I don't know, but certainly we need to discuss that at our April meeting.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Linus. Okay. Let me just tell you how the rest of the night's going to go, so we're not here all night. We're going to look at some policy initiatives, but we may move those forward to the next meeting, just because it's getting late. We have two things to handle under subcommittees. We're not going to do all the subcommittee and liaison reports tonight. We're just going to have a quick update, Helen, on EDCO, because we have that information already. And we want to talk about just which warrant articles we are going to consider. So, and then that's going to be it. We're going to do an executive session on April 7th. That's how we're going to try and get through the next 45
So
minutes.
there's no executive session tonight?
No, we've already had one. We're not having another one.
Okay.
Yeah. David, I don't know where you want to go in policy. You know, I'm not sure we have the time to do these policies justice.
No, I agree. So just to be very quick, on sustainability, we heard during public comment, someone who would like to see some greater specificity in some of our other paragraphs, noting that transportation seemed to have, the transportation section seemed to have the level of specificity that she and perhaps other community members would like to see in the other paragraphs. So I would like to check in with Ms. Stahl, as well as others who might have some suggestions on how we can add a little more detail. There's always a tricky balance. We don't want to be so detailed that we don't have any room to maneuver with the procedures that get promulgated off the sustainability policy. We've already had a couple of discussions on sustainability as a full committee. So I think we can defer action on sustainability for a subsequent meeting once I've had a chance to speak with a few more community members. Would that be okay with the rest of the group?
Yeah, Stephen?
That's okay with me. David, I just wanted to note that the Zero Emissions Advisory Board that Wendy Stahl is on, they meet on the first and third Wednesday of the month. So I think rather than consult directly just with Wendy, it might behoove us to consult with the entire ZIAB and ask for a slot in their agenda at the next meeting.
All right. Similarly, the pesticides policy. Now, many of you probably remember that we very recently voted one in. Susan had asked, what do we do if DPW gets back to us? And I mentioned that we could revise it again. Well, DPW did get back to us a few days after we had voted in the policy. At the policy subcommittee, we discussed the revisions. There was some hesitation about adopting all of the proposed revisions because they were referencing a specific statute as saying that we would comply with the statute. And obviously we would do that as a minimum, but the concern was that if there's something in that statute that essentially would allow the district to ignore the rest of the policy, that we would be invalidating the policy that we were trying to get through. So I've attempted to reconcile those concerns in the most recent draft.
Is this physical restraint you're talking about? Sorry, I'm a little lost.
This is pesticides.
Oh, pesticides, thank you.
So my recommendation would be we hold off on pesticides for the next meeting. Is that okay with everyone? All right. Next up would be restraints. Restraints, we had a very lengthy discussion on at the last subcommittee meeting, which was just this past Tuesday. There were some significant edits made. One of them was to the definition of timeout. Timeout and seclusion under state law are both defined quite similarly, even though seclusion is expressly prohibited, whereas timeout is allowed. So to address that concern, we developed our own definition of timeouts that goes a bit beyond the vague definition of the state. And we also said that certain types of timeouts that involve a student being inside of a room, which can be a timeout room, which can be a traumatic experience for that student, would be reported similarly to the way we would be reporting the use of physical restraints. Some other changes in the most recent restraint draft are to notification requirements for parents, caregivers. There needs to at least be an attempt to first notify verbally by the end of the school day. If verbal notification does not work, then to notify via electronic correspondence, email, text message, or something along those lines. And again, ideally by the end of the school day, before the student leaves school or a school-sponsored event. So those are the main changes for this draft. Do school committee members want to work on this a bit further, or do you think we would be better served pushing this off to the next meeting? Because there is a lot there, but I also know that there is a great deal of interest in this.
I think we have to push off the next meeting so we have a real.
I also, can I make one comment? That is, I felt like we just looked at that, and I'm not sure the community got the chance to also maybe give us all the comments that they would give us too.
Okay. All right, so that moves us into.
Can I just ask one thing? So this today would be the first reading of that policy, right? So, I mean, this has already been in subcommittee for months. What procedurally could we give it its first reading today, move ahead with that, send it back to policy, and then it would, it would be digested a bit more in policy. There could be more public comment, and we'll bring it back then for the second reading, and then the school committee can act. Otherwise, this is going to get pushed off for months, and it's already been pushed for months.
I share that concern. We can count this as a first reading. If there's anyone who wants to make some general observations of it moving forward, so we can count this as a first reading.
Jennifer?
I have a couple brief comments. I was not able to attend policy, so I'm going to make my public comments here. One, we had talked previously in policy subcommittee about the possibility of adding a link to procedures. We are not responsible for procedures, but we had talked about the possibility, at least, of linking the procedures in our policy document. And I just wanted to follow up and see if that was possible. That's a common difficulty that families have in finding the procedures that go with our policy. We had also talked about whether or not we might need to revote the policy each time the state adopts new regulations. And I wanted to just follow up and see if we'd found an answer to that. And I wanted us to just think a little bit more about how we communicate changes in our PSB policies to the community, sort of in the vein of making sure that once we do make a new policy, how do we publicize that? How do people know about those changes in our policies? I'm happy to see the notification to families has been included in there and that the timeline has been shortened to the 24 hours. And the other piece is really for the district, really, and not so much for us as a school committee, but I would continue to encourage us to make it easier to find all of our procedures on our website. Our website is a little bit cumbersome for finding information. We've had over the years, had a number of community members tell us how difficult and challenging it is, that they often find the 3 different versions of a form. Let's say, I'm going to make something up like a bullying reporting form in many different areas of our website. And so just that causes unnecessary frustration for community members. Thank you.
Andy?
Jen, you mentioned the 24 hours for notification. So I think that may have been in the draft that we entered the policy meeting with, but we came out of that meeting with the 24 hours having been changed to being notified by the time the kid leaves school. or the school-sponsored activity, if possible.
Even better.
So
I'm happy.
I would also add that there is a requirement for a more detailed written report that gets sent to the parents, caregivers within 5 business days, because there's the understanding after conversation with the central office that sometimes you don't have all the information right away when the physical restraint occurs. So the initial notification is intended to notify the parent caregiver there's been the use of a restraint, and that might be the extent of it for that initial notification because it's to occur so quickly. But then there's that written report, which gets generated within 5 business days, and that would contain some more information.
So, all right, I'm just going to throw out there, I would be much more comfortable with 3 days. And there may be dissension among that, but I would prefer 3. I think as a parent, waiting 5 days to find out the details of what happened would be agonizing. So I would just throw that out there.
Okay, so this, Mariah?
I just want to say that during the meeting itself, I brought up this point of if your child is, if there's other things that happen, like your child's head is bumped, you expect to hear about it, like there's not a big delay. And certainly there's many other things for which we would never tolerate a 5-day window. And so if we draw parallels to other things, I agree with you, Jen, that even if we have intermediate interim reports, that is, there's something, it's not okay, and it puts people in a holding pattern that's not a right for them.
So if this is the first reading, then certainly input should be given to David and policy committee, and so we can.
I have a question that
Ellen?
I don't even know the answer to. I probably should. How often does it happen that kids are put in restraints? Are we talking about something that would be overwhelming for principals, or is it once a year, twice a year? I actually don't know the incidents. I don't know if anybody does here. I'm sorry, Casey may have had to leave. But that would be an interesting.
It's definitely more than twice a year, Helen. But
In a school.
Yeah, I think it's definitely probably more than twice a year in any school, but Casey would have, I'm sure, the exact numbers.
I think Casey has those numbers. We should ask her.
That would be helpful for me to understand 3 to 5 days, and the time that it would take for a principal to, I think we need to understand all sides. I understand the parent side, certainly I would want to know as a parent, but we need to understand what the staff is dealing with and how easy or difficult that is to accomplish.
Okay, I'm going to move us along. David?
All right, so the next 3 items that we have are related to our emergency meeting from this past Sunday. And those are the school committee statement in reaction to recent racist and anti-Semitic incidents, as well as creation of a subcommittee on equity, which now has a somewhat different proposed title, as mentioned in our school committee statement draft, and also the possible appointment of a Metco liaison. Now, the school committee statement draft says that we will establish a subcommittee, so I'm thinking we might want to talk about creation of the subcommittee first before we get to the statement.
So I think that this needs to be studied, not for a long period of time, but I think, maybe those who have shown interest in it, like maybe Val and or Stephen, talk about whether we're talking about a subcommittee, a task force, an advisory committee. Those are all different with different goals and different compositions. So I think that needs to be looked at, needs to be worked with Janae on that and Linus and see what will be most helpful to moving our work, the district's work forward on equity issues.
Okay, we had a pretty lengthy discussion about that at policy.
Okay.
I think we were comfortable moving a subcommittee model forward. Others who are there, correct me if I'm wrong. with input from Janae for sure, but then also Casey and others as needed, as we've talked about equity being more broadly defined and intersectional.
Jennifer?
Yeah, I would need to understand more. I wasn't at that meeting, and I would need to, I'm interested in understanding more why a subcommittee instead of a working group or a task force. And because it's in the context of a larger conversation that over the years about the formation of subcommittees, we've had a number of working groups, we've had panels, we've had a number of different groups on subcommittee renaming of groups, and then there's been conversation about the need for a special education subcommittee, and Stephen brought up this idea of a sustainability committee. And so I'm just interested in understanding what is the goal of the subcommittee? And I do, please forgive me because I was not able to make the meeting, so I don't want to rehash all of this. And it's not that I'm against a formation of a group to do this work. I'm not. I just am wondering why a subcommittee. Why is it a subcommittee? I'm looking to clarify that understanding.
Well, Jennifer, just before we maybe go to others, I'll read the exact language from the school committee statement about what the subcommittee would entail. We will establish a subcommittee on anti-racism, diversity, equity, inclusion, and justice that will include in its charge an action plan for the school committee aligned with the district strategic plan. As a part of this plan, the subcommittee will explore ways to address not only overt forms of racism, bigotry, discrimination, and harassment, but also microaggressions and implicit bias.
So that seems more like a task force or a working group to me than a subcommittee.
I agree with Suzanne and Jennifer. I think that we have to be careful on how many subcommittees we have. I mean, there are 9 of us, but there's a lot of work that has to get done, and making sure that some of this work that you're talking about, in addition to having a task force, gets done in curriculum, gets done in capital, gets done in the other subcommittees that we already have.
I don't know who's responding to what. I see 3 hands up, Andy, Stephen, and Mariah. Andy was first, so you can go ahead, Andy.
And I'm sorry if I barged in because I can't see the hands up on my iPad. Sorry about that.
Andy?
Yeah, so something I remember from the policy meeting was that there was a conspicuous lack of direct input from the senior staff that it would be the purpose of such a subcommittee to support. And so without hearing that, I currently have no idea whether forming a subcommittee would advance the work or hold it back. So, or at the very least, how we could design a subcommittee or task force or whatever so that it would advance the work rather than holding it back. That was what I took away from that subcommittee meeting.
Yeah. Stephen?
Okay, two shortish points. One, just to respond to you directly, Jennifer. I guess I see subcommittees as serving the following range of purposes. One is it's an opportunity to collaborate with central administration as thought partners. 2, it's an opportunity to raise visibility and transparency around what central administration is already doing. And 3, it's a way to hold us accountable for progress we're making towards goals, objectives, anything else that we're saying that we're dedicated to. So I also think equity is such a core value, and we've made such little progress, especially with closing gaps in racial equity, that we finally have the momentum and the coalition to push this forward. That all said, I totally hear what Andy just said. So I would love to hear you, Dr. Guillory, comment on what you think the right timing and whether we have the right mechanism for supporting the district's equity activities.
So thank you, and I apologize for my my technology the other night when this did come up. So I do think, we have this moment in time, and certainly our students have raised a level of concern to us yet again. I do, and Janae and I haven't had a deep conversation about this as of yet. We certainly are in alignment with the idea of it, but I also get concerned about separating lots of things out. So as the schools were talking tonight and thinking about what will be our design for upcoming school improvement plans, you know, I thought about, oh, well, everyone should have an equity goal for next year. I said, but then that goes in the face of equity is foundational. It's an aspect, it's in everything that we should be doing, and we should be thinking of it that way. So I don't have, and I can see both sides of it. I can see, you know, the purpose of having a subcommittee, and I can see also the intentionality of making sure that this work cuts across all aspects of our work, because as we separate things, you know, again, we start separating things, then we're duplicating efforts, we're tripling efforts, all of those types of things. So I would certainly be interested in hearing more about the intent, the purpose, the design, all of those types of things. And I think that will help me land it, because I can see, you know, a need for a subcommittee. And I can also see the need for being intentional about making sure that this work is embedded in what we're already doing. And, you know, I have this, and I'll say it transparently in this space, I have the conversations with our senior team. People will say, oh, well, we have Janae that's leading the equity work. And I say, time out. Janae is our lead to help us all grow as professionals, but it's all of our responsibility to do this work and to lead this work. So, so that's where I am presently in thinking. It's not to minimize the cry for urgency, because there is lots of work that needs to be done in the system. I think we can all synergize or get behind that aspect of it, but I just want to make sure that we don't get in our own way with the work that needs to actually happen. So that's where I presently am.
Mariah, then Susan.
Thanks. So I resonate with what Stephen said about the sort of the vision for the subcommittee. And I hear what you're saying, Linus, and I agree about, you know, you don't want to put something over into one area when it really covers every area. But that could be said about many of our subcommittees. I mean, in some ways you could say, oh, well, everything's related to education, so it fits under curriculum. Everything touches finance. Everything costs money, so it could go under finance, right? Like if we try and pigeonhole these things a little bit too much, then I think it's to our detriment. And there are obvious areas when sometimes two committees come together. But I think when you're in that committee and looking at things through that lens, that's really important as well, to make sure you're putting on that hat, even as you should be all the time, but explicitly doing so. So I would like to see it as a subcommittee. And I'm happy to make the motion or second the motion, but either way I will vote in favor of it. And if we're worried also about overall bandwidth of the staff and of the school committee itself, I think that we may have other opportunities. For example, and I've never said this to Helen before, but I'll throw this out there. Sam said to me at one point that in a previous district, finance and capital were one committee. And so maybe we could roll those two committees together to think about streamlining effort, right? And sorting that out. So I just think that it's so important, and we've heard over and over and over again tonight, it just in every single presentation and in so many presentations this year, and we've had so many moments where clearly we need to give this the proper focus and attention that it deserves as a committee, and to lead from this point of equity and anti-racism and inclusion, belonging, justice, that we need to take the time out to focus on it and do the work. And that will happen through the subcommittee structure.
Susan, and then David.
So first of all, Mariah, I think Helen might be pretty delighted that you just offered to take over capital.
I was offering to co-chair this new committee, co-chair this new committee. Yeah.
I'm just saying, you know, I just saying. So what strikes me is that we're kind of in the same place as we were with the environment, the sort of sustainability question, except there's a lot more kind of urgency and support on this one. Not that there isn't urgency and support on the other one, but so I guess my question is, the same question that I had before, which is, it seems to me that maybe a group of people needs to come up with not sort of like the final answer for this sort of subcommittee, but just to say it's now March, over the next, 15 months. These stupid earbuds, sorry. Sorry, just earbuds.
That'll be
We
your
lost
parting
you at
gift from us,
15
Susan.
months.
We'll get you
Yeah,
new
no, we
earbuds.
have 15, we have 15 months, and it seems to me that sort of a small group, like 3 school committee members plus Janae and maybe Linus and Leslie, I'm not sure who, but just some very small group to just spend a little bit of time thinking about, like, what would we imagine the mandate of this committee would be, not in the abstract, but like specifically for the next, X amount of time. And it sort of feels a little bit task forcey, but it actually just focuses everyone's mind, because my guess is that there'll be a set of things that are already happening, or in motion or in play. There are going to be a set of things that really need kind of the full attention of the strategic plan to kind of work through. And so kind of putting those in a parking lot, there'll be a whole bunch of data questions, right? Either data questions about us or about benchmarking or whatever it may be. And then there's probably a set of things that have to do with the community and communications and families and engagement and each of the different school groups. So it just seems to me that if a small group could kind of come together and say, here's the work that we think needs to happen and here's where it's happening, my guess is there's still going to be a piece of work, particularly around sort of the community engagement piece, where school committee may very well, or maybe, and maybe student engagement, where school committee has a direct role to play and can be actually useful and not duplicative. And then for the rest of it, it's going to be, all right, just let's pull together as that other work is happening. Let's make sure we understand, the school committee understand it, and can kind of track what's going where. And if there's things that are missing or things that are, duplicative, then that's fine. But it just seems to me that the structure of this is like almost a little bit less important than saying, for the next year and a half, kind of like, what is it that we can do that would move this work forward, if that makes sense.
David.
So one of the reasons I leaned more toward a subcommittee is precisely because I don't think that work in anti-racism, equity, diversity is a one-off. It's not just that you set up an action plan and then you're done. And I see a task force more along those lines. As I see this subcommittee, and I believe it was Mariah who made this point at our last meeting, similar to that of curriculum, in that even though as a school committee, we don't set the curriculum, we do have a curriculum subcommittee that reviews whether certain milestones are being reached and whether the values and our guidelines are being met. And it's a periodic review that happens forever. And if we genuinely care about equity and diversity and anti-racism, which I'm sure we do, then we would want to have similar periodic reviews. And we would want to be looking at these issues from those lenses. So for that reason, I think a subcommittee model does make sense.
Stephen?
I would just add that I don't think it's quite comparable to the sustainability community panel that I was floating a little while ago, because I think even I recognized that the issue was going to be traction, because there wasn't an obvious counterpart on the central administration side, whereas in this case there is. So I think it makes a lot of sense to have that thought partnership. But I think we're undervaluing offering visibility and transparency to the existing equity initiatives that are ongoing. I think sometimes, I feel like you would agree with me on this, Susan, that we hear we hear criticisms from the community and we want to respond, wait, we actually are working on that. Like we just haven't sufficiently communicated that we're doing that work. This would offer us an opportunity to start to showcase some of that work as well.
And
So
I'm not disagreeing with that, Stephen. I guess all I'm saying is that we can spend another hour talking about whether it should be a task force or a subcommittee, but regardless, I guess I'm just less interested in that as the form. What I'm more interested in is let's actually get a small group of people together to map the work and then worry about the form afterwards. Form follows function. And I guess I don't think anybody has enough clarity on what the subcommittee would actually do yet to be able to kind of wrap their head around it. I'm absolutely convinced we need it. I'm not arguing that. I'm just saying
I guess I think that specificity would follow from one, Dr. Guillory's strategic plan, and two, a collaboration between school committee members and the Office of Equity.
Mm-hmm.
So that could be produced once. I hear you that you want form to follow function. I guess I would feel comfortable moving and voting for a subcommittee at this point with the rest TBD.
Right. And I guess to me, it's less important whether it's a subcommittee or a task force, and it's more important that it actually does something before the strategic plan, or at least maps things and communicates things before, because the strategic plan isn't going to be here for, I don't know when, Linus, when that's going to land on our desk, but I'm trying to give you a little time on that, but it's not going to be, in the next 3 months. So anyway, I feel like doing something is the key, mapping it out and figuring out where the gaps and overlaps are and the timeframes and trajectories and being able to communicate that. That seems to me to be the important thing, not the form of it. But I'm convinced we need it. Let me say it that way.
Andy, and then we should figure out where we are because it is getting late. We still have some more topics.
Yeah, I think I understand what Susan is saying about mapping the work, although I think I'm beginning to be persuaded, especially by David's argument, that regardless of what the work actually turns out to be, like it just structurally, it requires a standing body, right? That sort of it's an ongoing thing that involves, monitoring and thought partnership, as somebody said. So regardless of what the substance of it turns out to be, I'm beginning to be persuaded that sort of a task force is not what's needed and a subcommittee is.
Can I make a motion?
Okay, Val.
Can I make a motion that we establish a school committee, subcommittee on diversity, equity, inclusion, and justice?
I second that.
So the language in our policy statement have anti-racism as well. So
Sorry, let's follow the language. I think I had added anti-racist after Mariah's suggestion. So
okay, and we have a second from Stephen. Any other conversation?
Well, actually, I don't really like that language. So
you don't like, you're not seconding it.
I think it's unnecessary.
Which language?
To add anti-racist to the
Then
title.
I'll second your motion, Val.
So is anti-racism in there? It is, right?
So I'll read the language we have in the school committee's statement. We will establish a subcommittee on anti-racism, diversity, equity, inclusion, and justice. So I'm assuming that's the title that is going to match the motion, Val?
Yes.
Is it going to be a subcommittee on equity for short, or what or is it the whole?
Can the name at least be TBD?
That's the whole point.
That's an insane name for a subcommittee.
Yeah, so
Why don't we not vote the name exactly that, but we're going to vote a subcommittee on that topic.
Sure.
And then that addresses the concern, and we can come back and rename it later on.
Jennifer?
But that's what it's going to cover.
So let me see if I can try a motion here to clean this up a little. I move that we establish a subcommittee that will encompass anti-racism, diversity, equity, inclusion, and justice.
I second that.
Is that okay, Val? Because yours is still on the floor.
So yeah, I'll take that as a friendly amendment to mine, David.
Okay. Jennifer, did you want to say a word before we move on?
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be voting, so I'm just going to say that I'm going to abstain because I'm not sure I understand. This is, I feel like I'm coming into the conversation too late. I don't understand what the subcommittee, it is unclear to me what the work of the subcommittee will be, whatever the name is. Specifically what the work of the subcommittee and the goals of the subcommittee are. We have, so I'm going to abstain from the vote.
Okay. How many are on this subcommittee? Does it meet once a month? What, I mean, what is this a regular school committee subcommittee with all the, you know, it's public, it's recorded, we're all there? I'm just wondering, I'm just looking for a yes or a no.
I would say it is, that is a full-fledged subcommittee. Now, whether
Okay.
it's once a month or treated like government relations, I think that might depend on progress that's made and input from administration. But I would envision it would have 3 to 4 members like all of our other subcommittees.
I also go back to what Susan said about the work. And I think the work at this stage is probably involving a lot of community engagement. And so it may be a little bit more frequent than once a month, but out in the community. Or
yeah, Susan?
Just, can I suggest, in the interest of not talking about this for another hour, because I will shoot myself, can we just vote it? Because my guess is if you call the vote, it will pass. And if we can just all agree that the first thing this whatever it is has to do is to tell us what it's going to do, maybe we can kind of like come back and have this conversation about what it's going to do.
Okay, we got it.
So I would just like to call the question. I will vote for anything as long as it does something.
Okay, Susan, we're
Yes.
taking a vote. Helen?
I'm going to abstain because I think we're putting the cart before the horse.
Andy?
Yes.
Mariah?
Yes.
Jennifer?
Abstain, but I can't wait to hear what we're going to do. It's going to be awesome.
David?
Yes.
Val?
yes,
Stephen?
Yes.
I'll vote yes as well. Okay. Okay, so I'll guess I'll be in touch and we'll figure out who's going to serve. If you're interested in serving on the subcommittee, let me know. And we will move from there. The first task I'm going to ask you to do, who's ever on the subcommittee, is to take a harder look at this Metco liaison. That has to be reviewed, both in terms of the legal implications and all kinds of other things, and including talking to Metco. So
I actually spoke to Metco on it. I spoke to Keith.
yeah.
And he's fully supportive of it, but I have not spoken to parents.
Okay, so let's put that. F is going to go right over there to that, our new subcommittee. Gives them some work to do right away.
Suzanne, there are multiple other communities that have Metco liaisons to their school committee, so we wouldn't even be the first.
Great, so we should be able to talk to them and see what works and how they make that happen. And if people they do an election or it's appointed or it's whatever it is, you can take a look at how other people are doing it and how it works. That would be helpful. David, what about the statement?
So just dovetailing off this last point about Metco, referring this to this new subcommittee is compatible with the current language of our statement, which reads, we recognize the importance of having a school committee, and administration, and a teaching staff that are more representative of the families that we serve. As a first step, we will explore ways to empower traditionally marginalized communities with opportunities for direct participation in school committee affairs, including but not limited to appointment of liaisons from these communities, e.g. Metco.
Okay, I want the committee to look at this. So, you know, I mean, you are, Stephen, our liaison to Metco now. So, you know, talk to your folks and see what they say. And then talk to the other districts and see what they say.
I'm happy to look at the legal questions, Suzanne, with some of the other districts who have them as well.
That'd be really helpful, Val. Thank you. That'd be very helpful. Did you want to go to the school committee statement regarding racial and anti-Semitic incidents?
Yes. Has everyone had an opportunity to look at the most recent draft? A lot of us were participating in the discussion at policy where we engaged a lot of the wordsmithing. I did receive comments from a member who would like the word scourges to be replaced with another word due to its historical connotation. Does anyone have a suggestion for what to change scourges to?
Can you read that sentence to us, David?
Oh, wow.
The recent incidents at Brookline High School are the latest examples that the scourges of racism, sexism, anti-Semitism, ableism, anti-LGBTQ, discrimination, xenophobia, and other forms of bigotry and harassment across all of our schools must be combated with renewed urgency and vigor.
That was a great comment from that community member. I just looked it up as we spoke.
Would that member like to identify herself? I've already given a clue.
Yes, I will. It was from me, Stephen. That word really bothered me. So that was my one comment. We have to take that out.
Thank you.
Or at least I can't vote for it with that in it. And I think it's unintentional. I think, but words matter. And so I don't have a suggestion replacement to offer to the committee. But I think we should take it out. And
Could you read it without that word and see if it still works?
The recent incidents at Brookline High School are the latest examples
Showing that
racism, sexism, anti-Semitism, ableism, anti-LGBTQ discrimination, xenophobia, and other forms of bigotry and harassment across all of our schools must be combated with renewed urgency and vigor. Yes, showing that works. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Does someone want to move this statement? I got a bunch. Susan?
Sorry, can I just say one very brief thing, which is that there were a couple of, there was a walkout on LGBTQ, a couple, like 4 days before the one on racism. So I just wonder if we just want to make that plural, the walkouts plural. But other than that, I'm fine with it.
Okay. Are you moving it or no?
If nobody objects to it being plural.
Do you mean protests instead of protests? Got it.
Yeah, the walkout. Yeah, exactly. That piece. Recent student walkouts or whatever. I'm flexible, but just to make sure that the people who walked out 4 days before don't get lost in the shuffle.
Do I have a second to it, Andy?
Could I ask for one more change, which is instead of "we will establish a subcommittee," evidently we just have, so we have established.
Do I have a second to the statement?
That's a friendly amendment.
Yeah. Okay. Not sure I have a second yet. Do I have a second? Yeah, Val? Okay, thanks. Any other conversation before we vote? Jennifer?
Sorry, David, could you just recap this? I'm just struggling to find the newest version in my inbox. Could you just, I think I got the top part, the header. Could you just kind of like quickly go through what are the things we're making a statement of? So
Let me
that
just,
I can
share a screen. That'll be easiest.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I just want to know what I'm voting.
Does everyone see?
I can see. Thank you.
David, were you going to accept Susan's friendly amendment?
Yes, I'm just trying to find where it is. I'm
in the first paragraph.
The first mostly not edited line towards the end.
Yeah. Protests, I think.
Yeah.
Yes.
Plural.
Did they both occur last week?
One was the Friday, but one was the 11th, one was the 16th. So it was
Okay, so
Friday before and then the 16th. I just looked them up.
Okay, so it'd have to be recent protests because they weren't both last week,
In the last 2 weeks. Yeah, whatever.
the last fortnight's protests.
Yes. Any of the above.
Because this statement wasn't dense enough. We're gonna put Fortnite in.
Why not? Good FAT.
That was a joke. I don't want that word in there.
Please don't do that. How about just make it weeks and then apostrophe, because it is weeks.
Linus, are you okay with that second bullet? We will empower the superintendent.
Oh, thank you, David. I was just going to ask you to scroll down.
So the last part is saying the superintendent's evaluation rubric will explicitly include. So that, I mean, that's fine because that's going to be the work that we're doing across the organization. So there'll be ample elements for that.
And didn't, is his name Glenn? I'm sorry, I can't remember his name right now. Didn't he say that it is part of the form or one of the options of the form?
I can't remember exactly what Glenn said on that one.
That's fine. I think it is though part of the form.
It's the
It might not be for your first year, but I think the steady state form, if I recall correctly, he said
that's
that.
not an issue.
Yeah.
Could we maybe just not put that as an acronym for community members who, could we just maybe spell out DEIA? Do you see? I know it's more words, but I just, for folks who may not be savvy with those acronyms yet.
David, can you scroll to the top again? Just 1 second.
I just saw too, there's something about a new policy. We didn't really discuss that yet. Well, at least not here today. Anti-hate speech policy have we decided that we need a new one, David? Did we look and see if we have an existing policy that could be refined, or I don't know.
Stephen had indicated that he would like us to develop policies in these areas. I suppose, Stephen, would you be okay that if we had an existing policy that touches upon this, that it could be a sub-policy within an existing one?
Oh, absolutely. I proposed that because I couldn't find anything. If I just missed it, then I would love to be corrected.
Could we maybe just make it like examine and update policies to include or something? Just, I don't, the way that the language is it makes it sound like we have to create a new one. I just know we've been trying.
Could you just say possible formulation?
Something like that.
So I'm just wondering if we can add somewhere, this is focused on discrimination, bigotry, harassment of students, it feels like fully. And I'm wondering if we can add staff.
Where specifically you're referring to?
Or if we are interested, what the committee's interest is.
But doesn't the last bullet not say students? So that includes beyond students?
Right, I think it's implied as well.
But maybe it should say students and staff so that it's not implicit, but explicit that it's covering both.
Why don't we make this part of the new committee?
Well, it's part of our statement
As
now.
one of their action statement? Oh, okay.
So you're talking about this last bullet point, be explicit about who it's against?
So we'll work with PSB administration maybe to ensure clear and transparent mechanisms for reporting racism, bigotry, discrimination, harassment.
Do you want it to say of students and
for
staff?
all, or for all in the PSB community, something that for the entire PSB community? Or students and staff, I'm agnostic at this point, those two.
Slightly preferential to students and staff, but
Okay.
So I just, in the one above it, the bullet above it where we talked about appointments from these communities are, I know we say, for example, Metco, but are we're looking in appointing lots of people to the school committee?
I think that would be the work of the subcommittee to determine which other populations might merit having a liaison to school committee.
And what it says is opportunities for direct participation. It's not necessarily a liaison function.
Well, it mentions liaison, but.
For Metco, it doesn't mention it for every community.
No, they took it out for they took out Metco. That is.
I'm sorry, liaisons. You're right. I take it back.
Okay.
But but it also says opportunities. It's saying it's an option, but.
Okay.
Right, it's saying including but not limited to. So there are other arrangements that could be made.
My brain has reached the low battery stage of the evening.
Yes, mine too. I agree.
We're almost there. One other change I would suggest, which I think is rather obvious, is just to match this with today's date.
Right.
Got a plus symbol, David, after the Q in both of the LGBTQ references.
Okay, how are we doing? We have lots of friendly amendments. Are we ready to take a vote?
I think it's great.
Thank you, Mariah.
I'd like to move it unless someone else wants to.
Okay. Have a second? I know we've been through quite a few of these.
I'll second it.
Thank you, Andy. Unless I hear otherwise, we're going to take a vote. Okay. Mariah,
Yes.
Jennifer,
yes.
David,
Yes.
Val,
Yes.
Stephen,
Yes.
Susan,
Yes.
Helen,
Yes.
Andy,
Yes.
and I vote yes as well. Okay, we have two more things we have to do.
I would like to thank David for really just foot on the gas pedal, making sure this happened. Everybody else cared a lot, but David is the one that rewrote this thing 74 times. So thank you, David.
And thank you to Mariah for getting us started.
And Mariah.
We needed to
Mariah
have,
and David both.
we needed a start, so thank you. Okay, two things left. David's going to tell us the warrant articles that we are going to be discussing. Just name them, David.
All right, very
policy
quickly, you will all be pleased to know that this year, unlike prior years, only 5 warrant articles. We are referring to the full committee. So the first one is Article 8, which is the general budget appropriation. The second one is Article 9, which deals with adjusting the living wage for town employees. The next one is Article 23, which would create a task force regarding athletic field surfaces. The next one's Article 24, which would amend bylaws related to artificial turf surfaces. And finally, Article 28, which would extend municipal voting rights to those who are 16 and 17 years old.
You don't have to do 7, which is the easeway by the school. I'm just asking.
Helen indicated that it doesn't necessarily affect the high school much. Is that correct, Helen?
Yeah, no, that was, so it's similar to the easement that was by the Pierce School. This was
Okay.
something that was prior that, you know, the town had voted, and it's, we took
Okay.
some space, Susan, correct me if I'm wrong, from the owner, and this is sort of making it right.
Right, well, I just asked because
Correct.
Cliff Brown wanted to know who was the school point person, and Matt Gillis volunteered, so, okay.
Susan, am I correct?
More or less. I think you should probably be the liaison on it.
Okay.
Helen, you
Maybe you should, because you were involved with the school.
I won't be a school committee member by the time town meeting comes along. I might not even be the BHS building committee co-chair. Someone else might be doing that.
Okay, so we got that. Helen, you are between us and adjournment.
No, I will try and make it as short as I can.
Well, I'm timing you, so you've got 5 minutes.
Oh, maybe it'll be less. So as you all have been aware, Edco was going through a negotiation with the landlord in order to settle on what we felt we owed the landlord and what he felt we owed them. They came to an agreement. I think we've talked about this in executive session, and now it's public. About the agreement, I can't remember exactly the amount that we did. I think it was in the document that I gave you. But our share of that is $112,000 that was encumbered last year for this monies, because we knew last year we had gotten a draft amount. It was actually more at the time. This is a little bit less, I think about 12,000 less. The one caveat in all of this is that every district is either paid or is willing to pay their amount, including those who were on EDCO at the time but resigned from EDCO. But they were responsible for whatever votes were taken during the time that they were in the EDCO collaborative. The one district that is refusing at this point to pay is Lexington, who has been a member of EDCO from the beginning, or very close to the beginning, if not from the beginning, and had requested to leave EDCO, but the process had never fully happened before dissolution became part of what was happening. And according to DESE, they are still a member. They refused to pay their dues for this year, and they refused to pay the monies for the settlement. It amounts to about $150,000. We have been in talks with the superintendent there. We talked about sending out a letter from school committees to the school committee of Lexington, explaining why it's their responsibility to pay this, just as all the other districts. By them not paying, they put all the other districts at harm. I have I just got it, and I didn't want to sort of cloud everything with that, a draft letter that we may want to send to them. I'm going to find out more details. That's why I didn't want to bring that up as much today. But if you feel that that's what we would like to do, I will continue with that. And I'm not sure, do I need to bring it back to, probably I'll share it with the full committee. Do we need to vote it? Probably. So maybe we can put that on the docket for next time. But I do think Mariah signing bills, and I know that Sam is ready to pay this bill, the $112,000 something that we owe. That was also in the information that I shared with you. So that's. Are there any questions? Was I clear enough? I'm sorry. I was trying to be fast.
Can I just, I have one, oh, sorry, Stephen has his hand up, sorry.
Stephen, then Mariah.
If we all pay what we owe and then Lexington doesn't pay what they owe, what happens?
What happens? Well, then other districts have to pay because the other piece is if EDCO doesn't close by June, the costs go up. And we are still members of EDCO. So, you know, because they have to continue, they have to do another audit, they have to do another, you know, pay for people to be in the positions, the lawyers' fees that will have to go after the districts. It's just, it makes no sense to not pay. And them not paying, it just makes no sense at all. They were there. We were the only ones who voted. I voted no on this lease. I didn't want us to get into it. But once it doesn't matter. All the rest of EDCO voted yes, including Lexington. So they really don't have many legs to stand on. Any legs to stand on, let's say.
Mariah, did you have something?
Just to confirm, did the building owner sign the agreement? Like, is this the final amount? It's been signed. Okay.
Yeah, and it's supposed to be paid within 60 days. So EDCO is putting in some monies that they have to make sure that it all gets paid out in a timely manner. And hopefully this will be the only monies we have to pay for their closing costs, that everything else will be able to be done within the budget that they have. Or the fund.
Okay, Helen, good job. You did it in 5 minutes. Good job. You're gonna
Okay.
get Linus home before midnight. That was the goal. I think you're gonna make it, Linus, unless you got a lot of errands on the way home. And same to you, Sam, whoever else is not at home. And I want to thank everybody for your focus and attention. I know there was a lot that we covered. I appreciate it. And yeah, have a good evening. That's what I can say.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.